a lot anymore.
Jennifer and Sarah shared a passion, FFA, raising sheep.
They really just love those animals. They just love them.
Frank and Barbara still do not believe their girls are gone. They know someday the killers will be caught.
We chose to be public about this from the beginning.
나 12시에 어제도 껐어.
Hoping that it would help solve our case some more. And so any opportunity that we had to be in front of a camera at any time, most of us parents would do that.
If there was ever anyone who was nearly born in the saddle, it was Amy Ayers. Amy's birthday. At 12, she got her cutting horse, Poppy. Her love of animals took her to the FFA. And it was through the FFA that she became friends with Jennifer and Sarah Harbison.
Didn't have to worry about those two when they were together. We knew that they were going to be safe and nothing to do.
That was until the night of December 6th.
The clearest memory I have of her was the first time I left home. I was sitting in a rocking chair. Where am I at? I remember, because I wanted a little sister so bad. I didn't want a brother. So when I had a little sister, I was, damn, I got everything I wanted right there. Vacuum a little bit there. Not one day that I do not think of observe Jennifer or love any. My dad's always ranched. He's always had animals, big cowboy stuff. I mean, that's how I was raised.
The best way to live and raise kids is on a ranch. On a ranch, you've got everything you want. We have our own milk cows, we have a garden, we have our own beef. I drive a horse for Melbourne. It's just the little things like that. Kids, they say you get calves and horses, too bold, then you grow up, then you get fat, then some die. You know, it was real life, it was real. I think of her, I like the horses. But ever since she was knee-high built up, she liked the horses.
Riding a cutting horse is riding a cutting horse. You do the same thing with vegetables. There's no fit version of riding a cutting horse. It's all the same everything.
A lot of times I'd be riding some colts and I'd be having a dog. She kept her on. Looked up her name, she got her in the back, we just did that. Come back, I thought, oh, she just knew on it.
She was happy. I mean, she could be very serious. Kind of an old soul, but she was happy and most happy around animals. So when I see kids and animals together, it really reminds me of her.
And after we moved to Austin, she got involved with the Junior FFA.
Future Farmers of America. The farm was kind of like our little getaway. After school, everybody go to the farm. We raise animals and stuff together. That's how I got to know Jennifer and Liza and Amy and all them.
Me, FFA, me, to be there person and, you know, learn more about people and how people work.
I think it sucks. Is the older I get, the less I can remember about it. And I mean, I try to remember. I don't know why it's happening. It bugs me, but it's. I mean, it's weird.
I've written a previous book about a murder, and I learned to deal with extreme behavior, the extremities of what people are capable of, what a human being can do to another human being. In your mind, what are the most pertinent thing of those first 48 hours? I think what really, if you want to get down to it, made this almost impossible to solve was the fire and the water, especially the water.
When I got inside the yogurt shop, I was in water. That's how much the fire can come in there.
Turns out a lot of the firemen were kind of worried that they had disturbed the crime scene. You know, there was soot everywhere. So much of the evidence was probably contaminated. So taking fingerprints was kind of pointless, although we tried. We found a key left in the front door, but that was apparently part of the process. When it got ready to close, to put the key in the front door.
We went through the whole procedure, front to back. First of all, if there was some customers in the store, you'd watch it.
But the fire
and the water. If you want to get in your mind, what are the most pertinent thing of those first 48 hours? I think what really, if you want to get down to it, made this almost impossible to solve was the fire and the water, especially the water.
When I got inside the yogurt shop, I was in water. That's how much the fire come in there.
Turns out a lot of the firemen were kind of worried that they had disturbed the crime scene. You know, there was soot everywhere. So much of the evidence was probably contaminated. So taking fingerprints was pointless, although we tried. We found a key left in the front door, but that was apparently part of the process. When it got ready to close, so much of the evidence was probably contaminated. So taking fingerprints was pointless, although we tried. We found a key left in the front door, but that was apparently part of the process. When it got ready to close,
We went through the whole procedure, front to back. First of all, if there were some customers in the store, you'd lock the door and they would sit and usually finish. There were some people that would stay, and I know this regularly, which they knew or felt comfortable with. You know, radio, and they would dance in the house and interval. They were always fighting, always happy. It was a job, but I know that it was work for them. We had a set order. If you believe the cuppings were put away, machines were clean, just like the gaskets weren't put back on. I think there was a bucket still sitting there on the ladder. There was still water in the sink where they were washing the coffin later. My guess is they were close to being spent. But they had a gap. The girls, I'm sure, were put to work. Earlier that night, Sarah and Amy, the two younger girls, were doing that around the mall. Jennifer picked them up when the law took them and took them to the register. North Coast Law is blocked. And walking distance, really, but, you know, not far enough for the pizza, and they may have been in the back. It's walking distance, really, but, you know, not far enough for the pizza, and they may have been in the back. They can see that being treated.
We surmised the other suspect was the robbery man. Getting sideways because the bad guys apparently weren't aware that there were two more girls back in the store. So they've been taping it even for a short period of time. All they would have seen was the two girls up front. So they were up against four FFA girls.
Who knows what all happened in there, but it didn't take long.
Maybe they were in there 20, 25 minutes. And then it would have probably taken another for the fire to build up to the point where the motor spoke with the guy next door in the party shop.
I think girls trying to get out the front door, took off running, and they stopped them, looking back in the back, and thought, we're going to call the cops, because they were killing. And then the fire would start.
The bodies were in two locations. The three girls were stacked near the back door, and then the fourth one was Amy, and 13 feet away from the other.
All four girls were bagged with their own underwear, with gear, and shot in the back of the head, and the 22 shot was hit.
Two guns used to try to the 22, the round is small and soft, and it's just about impossible to get ballistics off a 22. The 380 round that had been used on Amy, found it in a drain, and it was perfectly preserved. The lands and grooves told us exactly what kind of. There were two guns used, the 22 and the 380. The 22, the round is small and soft, and it's just about impossible to get the ballistics off a 22. The 380 round that had been used on Amy, found it in a drain, and it was perfectly preserved. The lands and grooves told us exactly what kind of. We knew what we were looking for, exactly.
So it's small. It was beautiful and big and fun. And nice big rooms. Decorations throughout and songs around. The movie theater. Showed the Rocky Horror Show, and they did these dramas where they acted out the parts at midnight. That's where kids got to hang out, to walk around, not so much to buy anything. A week after the overtime, Boy and Marie Claire decided to go to North Park Mall, same mall that Sarah and Lee had been in the previous week, and walk around with a gun, a pistol, in the waistband of his suit. And it was loaded, and he had a little bit of pocket. He was young, retired, or well-known, just adored Marie, and would do pretty much whatever he did to be in his presence. He was magnetic, Marie. And they were walking around the mall with his gun.
Maurice got arrested with a 22 pistol at Northbrook Mall, 2 blocks away. We put out that we were looking for a 22 and 380. So we're getting a young kid over there who's got a 22 pistol and he's 2 blocks away.
It's from Anthony's question 5 of top name picture law.
A homicide investigator for 5 years, Malonzo has never had a murder case go unsolved.
After interviewed him for 3-4 hours ago, before he called us and we took down what he said, and I stop every now and then and ask him to clarify stuff. My name is Maurice Grossier, 16 years old. I'm at the Austin Police Department giving this statement to Sergeant J. Jones concerning what I know about the potential reasons the yoga parties last Friday night. We took Forrest Wellborn from McCallum High School. We rode around for a while, went to my house. Forrest said, let's get the gun. So I took it out of my closet where I kept it, and he put it in the glove box. Forrest and I went up to Northbrook Mall. Forrest got out of the car with the gun. I went to the bathroom and Forrest went somewhere else. We split up. So about 10:45, I just went and sat out in the car waiting. Forrest showed up at my car at about 11:30. Got in the car and handed me the gun, then said I did something. I said, Police Department giving this statement to Sergeant J. Jones concerning what I know about the potential reasons the yoga parties last Friday night. I picked up Forrest Wellborn from McCallum High School. We rode around for a while, went to my house. Forrest said, let's get the gun. So I took it out of my closet where I kept it, and he put it in the glove box. Forrest and I went up to Northcross Mall. Forrest got out of the car with the gun. I went to the bathroom and Forrest went somewhere else. Split up. So about 10:45, I just went and sat out in the car waiting for him. Forrest showed up at my car at about 11:30. He got in the car and handed me the gun, then said, I did something. I said, like what? But he never did answer.
So Maurice gave up Forrest Wellborn. And so Forrest had borrowed his gun and had disappeared for a while and come back sweaty and the gun had been fired and he was smelling of hairspray, which Maurice explained as the way to start a fire. So hairspray is real matching. When asked who else was with him that night, Maurice said, Springsteen and like that.
Forrest and I left the
Maurice said, Springsteen and like that.
Forrest and I left the mall. We met Rob Springsteen and Mike. Then we went riding around, went up to the trail and shot the gun off because Mike and Rob said they wanted to.
Michael Scott and Rob Springsteen. They were layabout. They drank a lot of beer, smoked weed, a lot of kids their age. They were looking the day after those four guys still apart. The family to visit the girlfriend.
Forrest and I saw a golden tan colored Pathfinder with speed. We took it and went and picked up Rob and Mike and went to drive it.
They stole a car and went to San Antonio. And they drove around and did stupid stuff. Then came back, parked the stolen car where he got it from.
When we got back to Austin, I dropped Rob and Mike at Rob's house. Of course, that before it was done. So, I asked him. He said because I want to go do what I did last night. Go fishing or whatever.
Don't drive so fast, okay? Don't look around, don't look at shit. Do what you gotta do. Act normal, alright?
Later the next day, we wired him up and sent him out for it. And we listened to that. We were following him on the wire.
What did you actually do that night, sir? He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
And we listened to that. We were following him on the wire.
What did you actually do that night? Friday. Huh? That Friday. That Friday? And you said that you were 20 years ago? When I wanted you to know. And you said that you said those girls. Was you joking around or what? Was you joking? Don't play like that, boy. What's you trying to do it good? Yeah. So why'd you say that, boy? We're just supposed to try that. When you're dying? When you said that? Did I kill you? Yeah, I'm fine. What's telling people? Yeah, everyone's right. Please. I'm not. Who else could have possession like that? Nobody. How good is it? How good is it? Why not? What's wrong with work at one time? I don't know that girl. That's good. That's doing something good. I don't know that. They won't tell me not to even tell us what they're after. Well, we said that was the trouble.
He was trying to leave Forrest alone, and Forrest had no idea what he was talking about. And we got Forrest in to interview, and Forrest, he couldn't organize a two-part parade. He couldn't have held it in. So Polanco, two other homicide investigators that had been there on JD interrogation. So, did they do that? Yeah. Did that. Did they? I don't know. Where's the evidence?
Get to a point where your inner body, soul, and all that comes up to hit the guy. Filthy. Just the way he acted, reacted, and all that. Something here, huh? But it's true. You have to get a written confession. Sign about the guy, get him indicted. You don't have a confession, then you better have much good evidence to prove that it's guilty. Well, we didn't have that. We didn't have anything to prove it. We didn't know fingerprint.
코드. 오베베.
Good morning, it's 10 o'clock. I'm Larry Bill. The families of four boys murdered earlier this month at a rated school on Michigan Street for help this morning. The investigation has been moving along slowly, but police and families need help protect the village. We are the parents and step-parents of the four young girls who were slain at the North Austin River Stop on December 6, 1991. We've been told that the community is looking to us for leadership and advice on ways to handle these tragedies and what to do. The families are still having good days. Listen to yourself. So are the police. Under the close scrutiny and the public, investigators are going full throttle of the attempt in a group that he might have killed the poor girl. There's a lot of things. Undercover guys did it in me, had his mic up, just in case somebody showed up and apologized. We pulled and had this signal that was here in that part of town. We called 2 or 3 times for all of the customers in the area. Put out video evidence for depending on people answering the call, getting the video. It's going to take the right phone call, the right information. So one thing, use credit cards is new. So we got quite a few use cash. And everybody wanted to have customers and friends of the victim and told us about what they considered to be suspicious people going in and out of the restaurant. Something else we did in the other stuff is we hypnotized everybody. The shock. They would be suspicious people going in and out of the restaurant. Something else we did in the other stuff is we hypnotized everybody. Just the shock. Maybe they're seeing something the night they were in there that's a little scary, unusual. That's how we got Ozzy from several of them. We put them under the money. We thought that this was part of an in-depth psychological profile developed black students with help from the FBI.
The description of the ICBY murder is following. Although the race of the offenders in this case is difficult to determine, it is possible that the children are right. Although other races cannot be eliminated on this basis alone due to the fact that other races do frequency commercialized areas. The age of offenders is also difficult to establish. But in all probability, they are in their late teens to mid-20s.
Likely unemployed or in a menial job not requiring contact with the public, and the likelihood of residents of the area. One with the dominant personality and manipulating the weaker ones by forcing them to participate in some aspect of the crime. Police believe at least one of them told someone else, and they're hoping this person will come forward.
You have a person out there who wasn't there, who knows, who's standing there every day looking at murders, who up to this point is getting away with. The police need additional eyes and ears. If you think you have something to report, however seemingly insignificant, your tip may earn you a substantial reward. If you think you have something to report, however seemingly insignificant, your tip may earn you a substantial reward.
A daycare group that two of the murdered girls attended when they were in preschool called Child Peace calls for community effort to help them. They put billboards on more than 30 taxis called Child Peace calls for community effort to help them. They put billboards on more than 30 taxis.
We were productive. Yes, we were. The person might be remotely helpful. And we called in.
We know that pictures are inward personality with these beautiful girls. They're alive, they're part of history, and we don't want anyone to forget that they lived, they were killed, and they were murdered. They had to do that to come in to talk, and they never must be the big boss justice. I always want someone like me. My sister and my sister. And how can you die for us? For you.
Working on the phone, we're getting many assaults to it. And, a lot of the information is just not in it. But we never know which piece of information is going to be the piece that we need to talk about. How close we were to the family. That's something else we did that was pretty unique. So they were pretty much a part of the investigation. And they could come and go, and they kind of walked in a couple times when we were jacking up the stuff and stuff.
John Jones and my husband, they said, I have to watch. Of course, my husband will be through the same the guy there was a police department. And then we got it.
I'm like this. I'm not really a cowboy, but I do a lot of cowboy stuff, rodeo and stuff like that. We just sort of connected there. I didn't want to get real close. It's hard not to.
And we give it some good to it. Keep it up to date. You can see the stuff over there. Stuff over there. That's good bacon.
After the movie, to try and keep alive the memories of the 14 years. Now the family's over here, okay? So, awesome and totally good song. We will not forget. I am alive.
Several hundred people showed up to remember the girl. Some temples were slightly disgusted, others reminiscing about the good times they had.
You watch it every day after this day. That's it. When you tell me when you go through that,
This is real painful stuff, so I will really work hard to get back to the funny part of it, because this is too much. The thing I laughed about, not actually don't stop, but teaching Americans the way we deal with things, is to have t-shirts and coffee mugs and buttons and pins, and we had to make a market opportunity out of everything. So we did. We sure did. We did all that too.
Like a young son.
But before I got into it, the more incapable I felt of doing stuff. This was terrible. I tried to get out there, but then I learned something. I was finding myself talking about the case, the project that I'm working on this project. With the project Cesar. And I would talk about it as if this was like my path to professionalism. So smiling. Our memory is more lost. Oh yeah, emotional. It's a big people will always say, oh, I just came back and, don't even think about it too much. It's just about too much to stay with you forever. And then we have to sit down and look at it. I don't remember it very well, but she was really working. So anyway, I'm mortified by my activity, which makes the editing great. I think I can use it to say this to the interview. I wanted to get to that moment where you are sensitive to let the girl's face. And I know that the families have thought about that. They'll ask the question and it's how it's considered. I think the answer is fun. December the 6th was a Friday, and I was at work, and I talked to the girl on the phone, and I was told I was getting off early that day, and I was supposed to get off at 4:30, and then I said, I was actually after the party, and I went on the phone. Sarah was sitting on the couch, and she was chewing an orange, and Jennifer wasn't hot, so her situation, because she's overextended. And they had taken him home from school. But Sarah said to me, she said, I'm going out tonight. I said, oh, you are. And it's the thing that she was telling me what she was going to do. And before she asked. And so, today we're going to the mall. Amy just said I was in the mall, okay? And so, anyway, she was such a good mood. She was such a good mood. That's been on the other notes about the last season. Jennifer was going to work at the yogurt shop that night. And I was so tired because my boss had been on vacation. And Sarah wanted to take her and me to the mall so they could do some Christmas shopping or whatever they were doing. And I said, oh man, I just don't feel like it. Jennifer, I convinced Jennifer to take Sarah with her and go pick up Amy before on her way to work and drop them both at the mall, which is a block or two over from the other store itself. So we walked them out to the car and we were getting all the stuff together and got a place for both of them. Of course, I told them I loved them and have to do that. You have to now be careful and please not talk to one another careful. And often, and that was the last time I saw them. My husband and I were at the house that night, and he was watching TV, and they had a special on Pearl Harbor. And I didn't want to watch it. That's big, so I didn't watch it, so I was ready to watch TV, the Star Trek, the new one. And I was in there, and I was feeling across the bed. I still remember how my purple sweat for the day, and I was all naked, but I fell asleep on top of the covers, and I went to bed, and sort of got in under his side, and I never really got in the covers, and then I heard it was all with me, and it startled me, because I wasn't exactly in bed, and I wasn't exactly out of bed, and I jacked up, and he was in bed, and I ran at the door, and I didn't see the girls, and I was, your things are running through your mind. It's not that many speaks on my bed at the front door. Looking. And turn the lights on, and things that come through the door. The people in conversation, ladies, with them, and it's the kids were here. Something's wrong with the girl. They didn't tell me that. I knew. I got up, and I had to sit down on the couch, and go to bed until 5. And the girls were gone, but they were dead. And I kept trying to listen to that. I knew that didn't make sense. I knew it didn't make sense because the girls wouldn't just they just wouldn't stop their talking. And they was all gone. And his process is kind of like hurt. How can someone be and not be? I didn't leave until we called someone to be with us. I didn't I told her I was alive. So we didn't pick up. That's hurt. How can someone be and not be? I didn't leave until we called someone to be with us. I didn't want to be with us. I told her I was alive. So we didn't pick up. There's no need. Can't feel that thing. And finally, I admitted that I had a sister that lived in this town. And so that the lady from the police department called my sister. It is so funny because she jumped out of bed and what did she put on? Her stupid blue sweat. We're both dressed in these silly sweats. That's not funny in her, but it's crazy. So she did get off and she had to stop and get there because she was in her blue sweat. And I had to tell her. What is it that happens? I just tell her not to see your face. It's awful to see your face. Tell people horrible things. Whatever. Good couple things. And how I can understand it. That's really hard. So we didn't have to call like arbiter. So yeah, it's pretty. He just walked over the phone. She was like, tell me what happened. He's screaming it. He's like, oh. And that's another person who's not his over. And one more person who's not his over. You saw him, but life was later. This is true. This is just our house. This is just my house. No other houses. Father, Maria, Father's president. I was just raised from this house. This also to hide and sometimes pay to point walk. I use this also to hide and sometimes pay to I use this also to hide and sometimes pay to point one up here. Yeah, for me, some childhood photos of the two of us. That's how we had fun. Right. My name is Norway Thomas. On December 15, 1991, my only sibling, my oldest sister, Eliza was killed. I was 13 years old. At the moment my sister was killed, I was fast asleep 6 blocks away. If my dad had not been away that night, I would have been with my sister and I would have been with sister. As it was, I spent many years wishing I had been there. Today, I can say that I'm glad to be alive. I know now that this life still contains beauty, but I have not always known that. This book is my life story. These murderers were said to have shattered the innocence of the small city of Austin. They continue to devastate, puzzle, and fascinate me. As a surviving sibling, I have alternated between disgust for the ongoing fascination and awe that the public continues to be horrified by an event that has faced every aspect of my life. In one of the first videotaped interviews with my mother, just a few days after the murder, I can be seen in the background hyperventilating while my grief-stricken mother talks to the reporter and shows him my sister's bedroom.
She always put her hair way up, you know, and then she'd have clips and then wash her face real good at night. And I could just still see her.
While reporters were not allowed at the girls' joint funeral, one film crew opened a door to the church to grab what little footage they could. That's why I almost never return phone messages left by reporters. And yet, when I was a freshman in college, a reporter came to my dorm room to interview me. This interview proved more difficult than I had ever imagined. A simple question like, "What was your sister like?" left me blank. "She loved animals, right?" the interviewer prodded. All of a sudden, I realized this woman knew more about her than I did. Memories live because we talk about them, but my family didn't talk about Eliza, so my memories became dormant. I wrote 5 pages in my journal the day after that interview. The interviewer had begun to wake up those memories, and I didn't want to forget them again. Still, I had to manage the shame of forgetting. Just that I feel bad. That somehow it's my job to keep her alive for my memory. I was living in devil town, without the devil town.
This is Robert. Hey, Shannon, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. So we're doing a 48 hours interview today. Oh, I don't think I'm living like fucking bums. Other people have preconceived notions and stuff anyways. Or the more that I can do to dispel them, the better I feel.
What the theme of your time, your 48 hours is going to be what about the top nature of it, the things I really want you to communicate, which are principal, what you're supposed to put in play to do all the time, how you plan to spend, the rest of your life. So I want it to be positive in that sense. What we will not, under any circumstance, do is discuss facts in the case. So that means you do have to take some care when it comes to talking about things like, isn't it true that you confessed? Yes. So I want you to talk about why and how it came to be that you confessed. That you never realized for one moment that it could lead to you going to death row.
You want me to wear the black jacket and black slacks, or the black jacket? I wear the blue jacket and black slacks.
I wouldn't even bother to wear that. I think if you wear the shirt, slacks, dark socks, shoes, you can be just fine.
All right.
Told you the hideous color, isn't it? Only worn once. Yeah, this is 4 girls that are now dead. For what reason? I mean, sure, they didn't have that much money in there. The price of life seems to be getting cheaper and cheaper these days. I'd gone to Shipley's and bought that shirt. That's the first time I wore it. And I made a promise talking to the families that the next time they saw me wearing that shirt, it's because the case was solved. And so I haven't worn it since. It's been hanging in the closet for 30 years. This is the box. This was the one that was on all of the billboards around town. Under Confessions Oral, you know, I got a chart here, and actually it's, you have to pull it apart, because this was two 11 by 14s, and, you know, we listed all the confessions, whether they were oral or written or bragging. There's 6 written ones, probably 40 or so verbal. I wasn't the best interrogator. I'm more the support guy, you know, with evidence and all of that. And, you know, Hector Polanco, new interrogation.
A homicide investigator for 5 years, Polanco has never had a murder case go unsolved.
We'll just take the bottom of this and we'll come to a positive conclusion. That I promise.
Yeah, he was the Cobra. He had the reputation of homicide.
커피 사린데.
So in the tough cases.
윷도랭도 먹으래.
Interview.
안 되면은 그거 하세요.
Buddhist.
그 치즈직 채팅 치세요.
You know, he was
치즈직.
the Cobra. You know, he had the reputation in homicide for. So in the tough cases. Interview with Sean Smith.
치즈직도 하시는구나.
Sean Smith. He
네.
was interviewed by Sergeant Polanco, who managed to get a confession out of it. We felt so good about it. Matter of fact, I brought the shirt down to the station, and we called in the homicide secretary. She was typing up the grand jury indictment for him and the people he said was witty. We felt good about it. We had called the SWAT unit in because, you know, we were going to go out and arrest all these folks. And then it fell apart.
The sad thing about it is Hector really is a good investigator. He is a very good investigator. But he don't use it right. I have seen him get confession from somebody that did not have a thing to do with it. But Hector can scare the shit out of you and make you confess. He can. He's okay with it. As long as he gets a confession, he's okay. You ask me why somebody confessed and they didn't do crap. You can get in somebody's head real easy if you know how. And most investigators know, if I keep you here long enough, I have you signing that confession before you leave. You think there ain't no way that's going to happen. There's no way you're going to, bull a crap. You want me to prove it? Y'all have to come get her out of jail.
Cops can lie to you. And Hector was very good at that. Girl number 2 started towards the back door, I guess because she was only tied in the front. When I talked to Booty Sean Smith, Sean goes, well, yeah, Hector had me convinced that I actually did it. He convinced Sean that we had it on video. We had him on video from the Chevron station across the street. There was some element of truth in there. There was a station across the street, and it did have a camera. But we didn't have anybody in it. That was one of the confessions pretty early on.
오 치즈직 제목이 더
Another
맵네.
confession was Alex Brioni's. He said that he burned them, and I looked at his confession, and he said that he got $1,200, $1,300, something like that. And I said, well, that's wrong. And I got asked by actor, well, how much was taken? I wouldn't tell him, neither would Huck. That was kind of one of those holdback things. Information that only the bad guy in us have. Truth tests, as it were. Hector was hard to go up against, but Huck and I kind of held on to each other and go, we can't. We just can't.
Hector Polanco. Yes, big time. I don't know that can ever be undone what he did. I don't know how much time he was nothing.
I want y'all to hear this is what's going to motivate everybody.
작두국은 뜻이 뭐예요?
Well, there has been a shakeup in the task force. Senior Sergeant Hector Polanco, the task force supervisor, has been reassigned amid allegations that he coerced a suspect into a confession.
Wanting such investigation. He's been there to assist the investigators. Nothing will change as far as the investigation.
작두국 귀여워서 지었는데.
Do all you guys have a
뭐가 귀엽다.
도지라는 유튜버 놀리려고 지은 닉네임인데 그냥 쓰는 중.
I don't because that's a wife. And you can get lost in life. We'll get these people caught. And, you know, I'm going to ask them because I'm deep down, I guess, inside, I'm curious too, why. The reason I'm asking why is because I need to tell the family. Actually, what I'm probably going to say is I'm going to say this. Look, fellas, girls, whoever you are. You see, in a few minutes here, I got to go out and wake these families up again. And try and
근데 제 방송 어쩌다가 보시는 거예요?
Now, what do you want me to tell them?
갑자기 알고리즘에 떴어요.
look at my junkie office. I don't have
몇 살이세요?
I do have you saw
스팀게임
John.
하세요?
I have no idea why John took this picture, but I've had it here forever. There's your John Jones next to a bowl. That's a very odd picture. Over here, Victoria Gotti, John Gotti's daughter. This is Matt Baker, a preacher who was convicted of killing his wife. This gives you 30 years of
키키키윽 스팀 게임 그냥 친구랑 할 때만 해요.
You know, I've
어떤 거
worked on
하시는데요?
these stories, like with John here.
전
I've
신다섯이에요.
worked on these stories for so many years. You know the case, you know their lives. You know, this is not a job to me. This is my life. And so calling these individuals up, John Jones, I mean, I called just to see how he is. And I keep doing updates on it.
엄청 여러 가지 하는데
That was the first time I was
뭐야?
there. No, 3 decades. You know, think about that. So, yeah, he's a big part of my life.
Nice meeting you. Now you be careful what you put in and what you say. Absolutely. Sometimes you tell too much.
This is Andrea. That's Christina. Christina, turn around and say hi.
최근엔 코어2랑 코어1 디아 사토치라이트 리몰드 워프레임 뭐 이런 거.
That's my wife, Yolanda.
저 처음 들어본다.
None of these two little.
Who's screaming? Do you think this city was hit hard by this particular murder?
This city has been hit
키키키키 그럴 것
hard.
같았어요.
There's been many more besides those. And I think this city has been hit hard by a lot of them. I think every time one happens, it's hard. Because it affects somebody.
Do you think more emphasis was put on this case because the fact that these were young, white, middle-class victims more than, we'll say, another kind of murder?
There's a lot of experience back at Old Gray Street.
everybody's on pins and needles, at least in our administration, because they don't want to be painted as doing all of this, strictly because it's a Caucasian thing. Actually, I think the murder of any young people kind of transcends racial lines. And yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
블로그글 잘 읽었습니다. 고생 많으셨어요. 감사합니다. 근데 제 방송 보신 지 얼마나 되셨죠? 일주일 됐나?
But so far, nothing has panned out. But today, the Austin business community upped the stakes. The reward for information was quadrupled to $100,000.
We are here with the plea.
맨날 와서 인사만 하고 나간대요. 맞아요. 인사만 하셔가지고. 왜 맨날 인사만 하고 나왔어요? 오늘은 왜 대화를 이렇게
And we'll
길게?
give you $100,000 for that information.
Do it on the phone, we can bring it in, just have it in. We find her, this might be easier.
We were asking for any tip, right? And
물질을 너무 열심히 하셔서 잠들었어요.
Have you ever seen the file on that?
물질.
Joker
아까 잘린 말은 뭔데요?
You, I mean, I have a hard time even explaining to you what happened because people started calling in. What do you got? You got people calling and saying, hey, I know this guy. His name is.
Where specifically were this person?
키키키육 노가다 불가능한 노예 대기 중이라고 썼는데 노예라는 단어가 필터링 대상인가 봐요.
Just a guy.
Thanks for calling.
What do you do? You gotta find the guy. You gotta investigate.
그래요?
Yeah, he seems like
제가 필터링한 건 아닌 것 같아.
a lot of times I heard or I think I saw, but it was our job to glean anything useful from coming in.
Aryan Brotherhood, tattoos, deluxe, Abraham Jones.
We had so many notes. And it just
유튜브
sounded
자체 필터링인데.
all about six of them.
맞아요.
That's not a lot. After you got all these files, it's separated. It's good. Sort of good. Yeah. In three ways. Good, sort of
근데
good.
노가다가 불가능한 노예면 무슨 노예예요?
Work different.
아무것도 안 하는 노예는
I mean, awesome.
직업만 노예.
Oh.
물질은 하는 일 없어.
Bigger.
42 people that have been listed as suspects. We're looking at pages and pages.
왜 50% 할인하는데 해봐.
This is what I think happened that night. I think they wouldn't just get the money. They tried to replace those bonds, to go to the place, and holler.
이렇게 열심히 하는 나를 봐.
This is my theory. I think they wouldn't just get the money.
꿀잠 보장은 인정.
They replace those bonds, to go to the place, and holler.
맞아, 이거 하고 자면 하고 하잖아.
This is my theory.
하다가 졸리고 맛이 가거든. 하다가 다른 게임 막 할수록 잠이 깨잖아. 근데 이거 너무 하다가 막힘이 가. 졸릴 때 딱 좋은. ASMR 즐겨. 손목도 아작낼 수.
They have a lot of reasons.
ASMR 계획 거장 때리는데. 네.
They start going after gossip. And PID, Still in Black, dance club kids, teenagers.
They asked me if I was new with they asked me if I knew anything about the murder. So many of my friends were targeted, had SWAT teams stuck into their houses, like, oh, data, like, every day.
They took a bunch of books and they took this. And this is the doll that was set up to me. It's just plastic and suede and wood.
재지.
Dirt. I think it was clean. And that's something you couldn't understand. My name was on the short list. The FBI was naming the bookstore. It had books on detective you went to. It had books on your head. If you walked in that section, someone from the FBI would slap a bag and say, do you know government and stuff? And my name was one of them. So I got a doll. I put it in a box with some other bones. I was like, find it. And maybe they realized it was steal. I didn't know they were going to pay $4 million. A devil worshiper. Dozens of them have been telling Austin police that Claire is admitted to yogurt shop murders when those who did were killed a terrible crime. And people are calling it the first incident in there? Yeah. Having a video in a right home against my will. So I think out of my closet.
게임 목표가 뭐니? 게임 목표? 깨는 거임 이거요. 클리어는 100%. 왼쪽 위에 보면 40% 돼있다. 그리고 구역을 깨끗하게 닦을 때마다 돈이 생기는데 그 돈을 장비로 업그레이드 할 수 있어요. 맞아요.
And you put that on television, again and again, for 30 years. We just assigned.
내가 며칠 전부터 봤는데 장비는 그대로인 것 같은데.
아, 이거 장비는 이게 스페셜 모드라서 그래. 여기 보시면
Some serious criticism is being leveled against the Austin Police Department.
제가 처음에 쓰던 게 이거고 중간에 업그레이드 했던 게 이거고
지금쯤 막 소방호스로 갈겨야 하는 거 아님?
세 번째 업그레이드 했던 게 근데 이 가격이 $2,000예요. 보시면 이건 $90, 아 $900, $250. 근데 이게 $5,000였어. 그래서 이걸 사는데도 오래 걸렸고 이걸 사면 이제 이거를 또 장비를 사야 되는데 지금 이거 하나 남았어요. $600 모아야 되는데 지금 $69죠. 그래서 이것 때문에 이걸 하는 거고 이거는 어떻게 보면은
엄마 개 비싸네.
이거 지금 제가 이것도 깼고 얘도 깼고 얘도 깼거든요. 그래서 이거 스페셜을 먼저 깨고 있는 거예요. 여기 보시면은 이런 것들도 있고. 그래서 이런 스페셜을 깨서 여기 보시면 이게 있거든요. 근데 이거 제가 이게 스토리 모드인데 이게 보너스 잡도 있고 보너스는 한 반 정도 깼고요. 그다음에 여기 보시면 그래서 요게 메인 스토리예요. 근데 제가 한 거는 이제 스페셜인 거죠. 요걸 깨서 저긴 돈을 모아서 저 장비를 일부러 좋은 걸 처음부터 쓰려고. 그냥 꾸준 장비로 하면 효율이 떨어지니까. 근데 요 스페셜은 돈 주고 사야 되는 DLC도 있고 근데 지금 돈이 없어서 DLC는 돈 주고 못 샀지만
전략적이네.
제가 좀 머리를 쓴 거예요. 근데 이거는 무료 DLC고 여기 보시면은 얘는 제일 좋은 장비 다 줘요. 다 쓸 수 있고. 그래서 좋은 장비로 돈을 모아서 스토리를 깨러 가요. 스토리를 안 깨고 있어요.
DLC가 얼마임?
DLC 다 치면 할인해도 42,000원? 너무 비싸. 할인해도 42,000원인데.
이야.
너무 비싸고. 근데 지금 이 게임 자체는 50% 할인하니까 게임은 17,000원인가? 이 정도 한. 17,000원은 살만한 거 아니야? 원래 할인 안 하면 3만원인데 그건 좀 너무 비싼데. 17,000원도 싼 건 아니지만 이거 게임 퀄리티가 좋아서.
DLC 하나는 사줄 수 있음.
오, 하나요?
며칠째 계속 열심히 하잖아요.
뭐 살까요? 이거 스폰지밥 스퀘어팬츠 이거 살까요? 아니면 이거? 앨리스 원더랜드?
키키키
후기가
스펀지밥.
7,000원이에요 하나에. 이거 월레스 그로밋도 있어요. 슈렉도 있고.
비싸네.
이게 다 사면 비싼 거지? 근데 스펀지밥은 후기가 왜 안 좋지? 평가가 좀
평가 좋은 걸 써야 하는데
대체로 긍정적보다는 매우 긍정적이 나으니까 그로밋 살까요? 아니면은 앨리스 살까요? 백투더 퓨처도 아 이건 좀 후기가 안 좋다. 앨리스? 앨리스?
앨리스가 귀엽긴 할 듯.
그러면 친추를 합시다. 님은 대학생이나 아니면 직장인이세요? 와, 게임 선물은 거의 1년 만인 듯한데. 친추는 요거입니다. 근데 확실히 사주면은 엄청 열심히 할 것 같은 게 보이니까. 보람은 있을 듯. 이렇게 열심히, 이거, 이번 주에만 몇 시간 했지?
맞음.
스나지 이 친구인가요?
하루 종일 물칠하고
어?
있으니 사주는 거임.
이 사람도 저 때문에 이거 샀는데 이거 하고 있네? 뭐 하고 있는지 물어봐요. 제가 영입한 노예예요. 재밌냐고 제가 물어볼게. 노예하면서 방송 와서 수다 떨면서 같이 물질해요. 내가 설득한 노예. DLC 사주는 거 자랑하고. 닉네임이 어디 가셨지? 이건가? 스나지. 아니 내가 분명 30일 날에 할인한다 했거든요. 이 새끼 할인 안 기다려가지고 원 가지고 삼. 제가 하루만 기다리면 반값 한다고 그래.
꿀잼 게임이면 하루도 못 참음.
그렇긴 해. 두 사람은 근데 노가다 좋아하고 근데 원래 물 노가다는 안 좋아한다고 했나? 와 감사합니다. 톡방에 자랑해야지.
키키키키윽 자랑 니은 니은 부끄러움.
언니야 자랑할 거야. 히히히. 선물 수락. 내가 어제 두 사람한테 할인 기다리라고 했는데. 내가 말해줬는데 자꾸 몰랐다. 아니 내가 말해줬는데 내가 할인한다고 말해줬다니까 저 사람한테. 50%나 할인한다고 내일 환불 받고 내일 다시 사라고 했는데 두 사람이 아 귀찮아 이러면서 해놓고 몰랐는데? 응. 아크 서바이벌 1000시간? 미친. 좀 다크한 게임이 많네.
ZZZ 제목이 이상하긴 한데 건전한 생존 FPS 게임임.
ZZZ?
아니 저스컴.
스콘이요? 아. 이거 재밌는데, 딥브락 갈라. 뭔가 귀여운 게임이 많은데? 이거 귀여워 보인다. 뭔가 죽이고 전쟁 이런 걸 좋아.
스팀게임 부검해디 리그.
그거 해야지. 재밌겠냐. 나랑 겹치는 거 몇 개인지 봐. 아, 자꾸 이 사람 기다릴 걸 이런. 내가 어제 이렇게 보냈는데. 왜 후회할 거면서. 내가 30일 날에 할인할 텐데 이러고서 이 사람한테 분명 말했어. 해. 하루를 못 기다려서. 한 12개는 겹친다.
열두 개나 겹침.
네.
Tonight, and it comes from the families of the victims of the Overshot murder.
They want to be able to say they've exhausted all their leaves, they've done all they can. I think they would speak to some of the dead.
Time went by, you know, our relationship with the family sort of got to the point to where, I had to sort of move away.
The thing that really pissed me off is they wouldn't answer the phone. They wouldn't solve it. They wouldn't really be honest with you.
He started asking questions. He wanted to know this, he wanted to know that. Well, I ain't gonna tell him.
But if we think we do that information, I think he gets out. So if he gets out, here's the thing. You think I'm going to do something to jeopardize this case? They're not. You want me to trust you with this? And you don't trust me?
He'd asked me, he said, what'd they do to my daughter? Well,
so if he gets out, here's the thing. You think I'm going to do something to jeopardize this case? They're not. You want me to trust you with this? And you don't trust me?
He'd asked me, he said, what'd they do to my daughter? Well, God, be naked. Mom, where we going, well, I just want to know, did they rape her? Mom, stop, right now. I don't want to talk anymore to you about this. This is bad for you, bad for me. You don't want to know everything, I promise. And you know, I'm not going to tell him all that crap. He don't need to know that anyway. I wish I didn't know that.
Then, you know, we get to the point where we're going to be, you know, either going to believe this or what you're saying is what we understand. You know,
아니 근데 분명히 제가 어제 30분밖에 안 했으니까 찍먹했으니까 환불 받고 내일 다시 사세요. 아마 내일부터 할인 반값이나 할걸요. 이렇게 말했다. 근데 어제는 아 귀찮아 싫어 막 이래놓고 갑자기 내가 시청자가 나 DLC 사줬다 이러더니 와 부럽다 이랬어 저 사람이. 그래서 님이 어제 그거 할인해서 샀으면 DLC 2개 살 값이잖아. 15,000원 할인되니까. 그럼 DLC 7,000 얼마니까 2개 살 수 있었잖아, DLC. 그래서 내가 어제 할인 기다렸으면 DLC 2개 사실 수 있는데 님이 귀찮다면서요. 그랬더니 막 후회된다고. 어떻게 하는지 몰라서 어쩌고저쩌고. 그래서 내가 아니 할인한다고 내가 말했잖아요. 그래가지고 본 것까지 캡처해서 주니까 나한테 와 부럽다 님은 사주는 사람도 있고 이러면 어이가 없어. 그래 내가 나도 1년 만에 선물 받은 건데 뭔 소리예요. 그리고 그 사람 자기 할인 기다렸으면 지가 두 돈 주고 살 수 있잖아요. 뭔 소리야 진짜. 짜증나. 내가 내 방송 놀러 오라니까 정신도 안 오래. 자기가 사줬어? 자기는 자기 걸 자기가 산 건데. 또 같이 하자고 했는데 자기 것만 혼자 하고 있는데. 같이 할 사람, 살 사람 이런 거. 같이 하지도 않아. 어제 하나 같이 한 다음에 혼자만 하고 있어. 이것도 원래 같이 깰 수 있거든. 그리고 보니까 이거 100% 해도 진척도가 안 남더라고요. 그래서 그냥 경험하려고 사실 이거 쓰는 거지. 이거 100% 씻었다고 뭐가 있는 것도 아니야. 내가 만약 몰랐어가지고 내가 사라고 부추겼는데 뭐 다음날 할인하면 당연히 열받겠지만 서로 몰랐으니까 어쩔 수 없는 거죠. 또. 근데 난 분명 50% 할인한다고 했어. 과일 할인한다고. 근데 귀찮다고 안 해놓고 그렇게 말하면 기분 나쁘지. 의의가 없네. 실제 내 방송은 자기 전에 이거 틀어놓고 자기가 최고. 직접 노가다 안 해도 되고. 물소리 나오는데 스르륵 감도 감자기운 최고의
stability. Capricorn was supposed to be on my side. You have to cook. What else do you have? There's nothing like it before, there's nothing like it here. And they did that, did not know that's true.
화질이 안 좋았어서 대화가 안 보였음.
아, 화질 안 좋아. 아무튼 말로 설명해주자.
The break we have all been waiting for. 320 years ago, 4 teenage girls were murdered at an FR shop.
Tonight, for the first time, they've named 3 men they want to question in the murder.
They are charged in an abduction and rape case not related to the Yoga murder. But during questioning, they were reportedly confessing to the Yoga murder.
The baby, also known as the Terminator, implicated 2 other people in the murder. One by the name of Alberto Cortez has a striking resemblance to the man who was seen sitting outside of the yoga shop in September when these murders happened.
It's a day we look forward to, but a day we just
The end may be good, but it will never be over. Maybe we'll get a little consolation with these other guys.
I hope it's over. I hope it's good. I hope they can prove everything that this man has confessed. I hope they can prove it without beyond a shadow of a doubt. Say that it is sin. There's no mistake. Everybody should be punished for it. And I don't want to get the wrong temptation in the spiritual life.
When we got to the ice cream shop, I came across 4 girls who were there. The first one was the only one I could tie with a rope. And then I took off her clothes and used them to tie the others, all the while continuing to beat them so they would be quiet until they were unconscious.
If they are charged,
아니, 근데 내가 지금 범죄 다큐 보고 있는데
does it bother you that they
왜 자기가 범죄자가 아닌데 거짓 자백하는 사람들이
if they are charged, they will be tried in Mexico because of the escalation.
살인할 용기는 없지만
Does it bother you that they won't even
그런 살인마로 불리고
Bothers me.
It doesn't bother me.
누가 협박당해서
When you say it bothers you, still, I want to speak out there.
대신 끌려가는 거
Bothers me.
It doesn't bother me.
강아지
Why
행동해요.
do you say it bothers you still? I want to see them. I want them to see my hate for them. I hate them.
It was kind of a confusing interrogation where the Mexican authorities believed him. They finally got around to getting a copy of the confession.
That was sort of fun. I got to go to Mexico.
There was some glaring deficiencies. One, they had a guy with a gun. Number 2, they said they poured white gas all over the place, which was kerosene. I didn't. It was a very nice confession. The screenwriter would be proud of that. His following everyone was atheist. But, you know, if it's all excerpts of it, that's to confess. A lot of people believe that people wouldn't confess to stuff.
노예 돈도 아까워해 듣다니 손사군.
Contract, they did, for whatever reason.
나 옛날에 시청자들한테 한 10만 원 넘게 게임 사준 적도 있는데 같이 하자고 사주니까 방송 다시 안 온 사람도 많았어서 이젠 선물은 안 해요 게임. 근데 같이 하고 싶어서 막 내가 좋아하는 게임 내가 재밌어 하면 시청자들도 하고 싶잖아. 근데 막 돈이 없다 그래가지고 선물해주고 막 그랬어. 근데 뭐 컴퓨터 꾸져서 다운 안 된다. 뭐 그럼 환불 받아야 되는데 환불도 안 하고. 그리고 나중에 무료 됐음 그 게임. 돈 하늘에 뿌리기. 그래서 착한 마음으로 이게 남에게 베풀려고 해도 그렇게 됩니다. 그래서 차라리 기부를 필요한 사람들한테 하는 게 낫지.
니은 그러만큼.
맞아. 그냥 뭐 시청자들 선물해주면 컨텐츠적으로 잘 쓰겠습니다 하고 쓰는 거지만 그런 거 아니고. 그리고 또 너무 하기 싫은 거 선물해줄 때는 몇 번 거절한 적도 있어. 왜냐면 억지로 게임하는 것도 좋지 않을까. 옛날에는 그래 이렇게 재밌는 게임을 내 취향이 아니라도 이렇게 비싼 걸 내가 언제 사보겠어 이러면서 막 선물해주면 감사합니다 하고 어거지로 했었는데 뭐 억지로 하다가 재미 들렸던 게임도 있긴 한데 나중에 현타 오더라고. 이게 뭐하는 짓인가. 지금은
나 봐봐 물질은 취향 아니니까 깻만 사주잖아.
이게 진짜 취향 아니라도 해보면 이게 느낌이 다르니까. 안 해봐서 그래. 안 해봐서 그래. 나도 이게 취향이었겠니? 이게 취향인 사람이 어딨어. 하다본 적은. 진짜 도끼 어린 마음으로.
Sis.
이걸 좋아하는 사람 누가 있어? 변태 아니야? 웬만해서는 이걸 좋아하기 힘들어. 하다 보니 좋아지는 거지. 나도 어떤 유튜버가 하는 걸 보고서 재밌겠다 하고 내가 한 거지. 네, 이런 할로윈 컨셉 말고 이렇게 예쁜 조명 컨셉 해도 되게 예뻤을 것 같아.
Today, for Peter Evangelist today, to start that tube, so you would feel the final statement saying, feel more joy with the outcome. You can feel this stuff.
강요 듣대. 바백하라고.
Today is taking Sunday beliefs for the back end of your head. Imagine it now, and such as man, punch it, and threaten your Bertie Sanders if you didn't sign the statement that was ready for today.
It's usually not many times children are told one at a particular room, so how awkward it is and what they're going through. When I see their friends, it's kind of shocking because they've grown up and gone on. The single girls are still not really good. Initially, when you come across that kid, everybody wanted to touch them, they were in the mood. But over time, it's no longer in the mood, and their friends are saying, move on. There's something. There's cookies on. You lost your child, or Barbara says you lost your children. And the story needs to have a purpose, otherwise it will go unsolved. People are nuts when it comes to the news. And then it comes to the point where they tell us, from a whole lot going on. When you're covering it, you're also kind of finishing your fears. Like, if it happened to these people, it happened to this. It wasn't just the fact that there were 4 young kids that flowed. It was how the suffering. To see a very dark side of humanity. I guess I think it's part of my job. And you're going to feel it, and then God feel their pain. I can kind of understand people if you're not in this position, you just don't really know the right thing to say because I probably wouldn't have. But for me, some of the things that really anger me is I'm so lucky. You're so lucky to have another child. Well, which one, if any one of you could choose which child we can go and let go of? We're fascinated by this unsolved crime, but if you interview somebody who survived through it, I think the fascination goes away too. And it's really not fascinating, it's really sad. I think Like, that's the most important story to tell, is to tell people that these events, like the yoga stuff, has a negative impact on so many people's lives for decades and decades and decades. Like, this isn't something that you just overcome or recover. That's the story that's more important than who done it. What's it like for those families to go home and go to bed then? And the next night, in years to come when they file it. And we don't hear those stories because those people are so strong. 48 hours, probably interviews leading up to the 30th anniversary. The producer had said, Erin Moriarty has fond memories of your time. And it's like her for anybody who is During the interview, Erin Moriarty asked, were your friend's parents more protective of you? I responded, I didn't have any friends. No one talked to me. How about your parents? Were they more protective? I replied, I've been talking to other siblings who have lost siblings, and they all say the same thing. When you lose a sibling, you lose your parents too. I lost my parents that day. Their mom went to her room and they slept on my bed. My family never talked to her after she died.
Never.
And I worry about losing memories. The childhood house I remember was quiet, lonely, and popular. I remember coming home from school to find the mail and sitting in the house. My mom was still in bed, and my sister was still there. There is this kind of torture that's continued by the fact that it's unsolved in this conflict.
진짜 열심히 하네.
It's helpful to hear Aaron speak about other times of things changing. This is when I saw that this strange genre of crime shows doesn't just provide fodder for the curious, it also provides an outlet for victims telling the stories that no one wants to hear. When we walked into the detective's office at the Austin Police Department, there are 4 8x10 photographs of my sister and the other girl hanging right in front of the door. Below them is a 3D model of the yogurt shop. Detectives will not allow themselves to forget. These are the first things they see when they walk into their office. It made me sad to know that it's still hanging over their heads as most of them. Yet knowing this allowed me to feel a kinship with these strangers. If I met them, I would want to hug them and also apologize.
You have a person out there who wasn't here, who knows who's standing there every day looking at a murderer who, at this point, is getting away with it.
It's been a tough day, it's been a tough road for most of us, but I like to tell people that that's one of the times that we can to try to get this thing solved, and so we live, we breathe, and think about 24 hours a day. We want it to be nice, and it seems like a lot of the times we're just struggling to keep the things. We don't always know, about the plan itself, and we've got everything ready except you talk to the family, suggested to us, and you have to really, you have to get with counseling, if you get to talk to somebody or something. I was just like that. Where the families are saying, you don't need to get talked. We both do it. That's why I got diagnosed with PTSD. I don't know if that was because I've done something that, we're doing a war for. As a result of a critical memo, Mr. Jones received from curiosity of safety has not been able to function in the normal manner. This is not unusual in the case of post-traumatic stress disorder. The symptoms of PTSD listed in the DSM-3 are recurrent distressing dreams of the event. Yeah. Intense psychological distress and exposure to events that symbolize the traumatic event that began to receive. Okay. The chief investigator working Austin's infamous Yoga Shop murder case has been resigned. Restricted range to check. If there's loving feelings or any deep, real feelings. Zero relationship with this. Difficult following the inner peace. Irritability. Nothing. Exaggerated sorrow. Yeah, man, no way. Hold up. Nothing. Exaggerated sorrow. Yeah, man, no way. Hold up.
Get these cheese and we'll go to the sauce. Memorabilia that we do still have. This is our old archive stage that's just locked up in our person. Lots of rich history and stuff. And here it is. This is the yearbook that class dedicated to her that year.
봉사활동 4개, 성실하는.
어제 빼면 시켜줘야
It's interesting because her time capsule is starting to come up, probably because it wasn't placed in the ground correctly, but through time and earth changes, it's starting to come up. So it's very concerning to me. I don't want it to get in the wrong hands. So we have a marker here on this side of the tree, and I think they have the plant. Not sure. But on this side of the tree over here is actually another marker for her. And it says, time capsule CJing, memories of AUL, a life that should have been
물질 꾸준히 하는 것만 봐도 성실한 게임 안에서도 일을 하잖아.
1992. And this was a little bit later on. I would only
나 3년 동안 과외도 쉰 적이 없어. 나 때문에. 나의 개인 사유. 평소에 때는 고등학교도 자퇴하기 전에 한 번도 야자 뺀 적이 없어. 시험 기간 때.
Good afternoon and welcome to Barnett Middle School. We're here today for a special memorial dedication on
방송도 8년 하잖아, 이렇게 시청자 없는.
이야.
8년 됐어.
후원은 많이 받았을?
8주년 방송 저번 달이었는데 후원 받은 걸 감사하죠. 옛날에 6주년은 까먹어서도 못했고 막 5주년 때도 후원 거의 아무도 안 해줘. 감사하다고 생각해요. 받을 수 있다. 하루에 50원도 못 벌던 시절이 있어. 아무도 축하 안 해줘. 저랑 기념해주자. 생일 때도 후원 하나도 못 받은 적이 있어. 원래 생일은 후원해주길 바란 누군가. 많이 바라는 건 아니고 그냥 해주면 좋은 거.
아이고.
왜냐면 제가 생일이 12월 23일이거든요. 그래서 크리스마스 때니까 사람들이 오느라고 방송을 잘 안 해.
Why did this happen? Maybe they asked us
그리고 방송 놀러 오기로 약속을 해도 또 막상 안 해.
12월 23일 기억해놓겠지.
좋아요. 아니 근데 빨리 앨리스 하라고 하고 싶은데 이거 65%밖에 안 됐어. 왜냐면 이게 중간에 끄면은 초기화 되거든. 그러니까 얘를 저장한 채로 끄는 거는 초기화 안 되는데 얘를 하다가 다른 애로 넘어가면 이거 했던 진척들 다 날라. 그러니까 한 번에 하나만 할 수 있어. 그러니까 이거를 100% 깨야지 그냥 끝났다 이렇게 되는 거지. 다른 걸로 넘어가면은 이거 그냥 처음부터 또 깨야 되고. 빨리 앨리스 하고 싶은데 그렇게 안 돼. 근데 이렇게 집 같은 거는 되게 큰 구역이라서 몇 시간씩은 최소 잡아먹어서. 지금 한 몇 시간 뛸지죠? 아마 한 2시간 좀 넘게? 3시간? 나가기 전에도 했으니까 한 3시간째 하는 것 같아요. 큰 거는 제일 길었던 게 한 10시간 걸렸던 것 같아요. 혼자 할 때. 3시간 정도면 해. 한 4시간 걸릴 것 같은데. 최대한 빨리 해서.
물질 4시간.
네, 최대가 6시간이에요. 하나 깨는데. 그래서 그날 한 10시간 물질했어. 저의 목표는 10주년, 방송 10주년 전에 유튜브 수익 승인 나기랑 언젠가 구독자 10,000명 찍기. 한 달 수익 500만 원 찍기. 제가 동시 시청자 50명은 찍어봤고, 그 스푼 라디오 베스트 DJ 그런 거 해보고 싶었는데 그것도 한번 했었고, 그 다음에 아프리카 TV도 숲에서 뭐 추천 방송 그런 것도 해본 적 있고, 방송 8년 했다 보니까 뭔가 기회는 몇 번 있었는데. 그런 거 해도 저를 좋아해주는 사람도 많이 있어요. 그래서 지금은 그냥 좀 포기. 일단 저 화장실 좀 다녀오고 2주 닦고 물 좀 갖고 올게요. 작도꼬님은 몇 시에 잘 거예요? 빨리 앨리스 하는 거 보여주고 싶은데 앨리스 조금이라도 하고 자고 싶어. 응애님 반갑습니다. 아, 물 안 갖고 왔네.
ASMR이네.
뭐가 ASMR? 아무것도 안 하고. 아무것도 안 하는 것도 ASMR.
배경음이 잔잔함. 귀뚜라미 소리. 부엉이 소리.
그러네. 아까 저 사람이 감사하대 이런 게임 알려주시. 귀뚜라미 소리 진짜 들리네. 물소리 좀 줄여야겠다. 이 사람 밤샐 동안 밤새도 재밌대. 얼마나 재밌냐. 13시간 하셨는데? 어제 샀는데? 밤샜나봐. 하느라고. 너무 재밌대. 미쳤네. 물톤이 너무 높아. 그래, 낮춰야 돼. 소리 이상하다. 소리 바꾸네. 원래 물톤이 좋았던.
Because that means the cow won. And that is not what you want, cow to win.
30 years, I wanted the other one. What would she be like if she was grown up? And what would she be like if she was kid? Amy? What Amy would be like? She's just a kid. That's what I'm saying.
It's family owned and operated, independent still. And we have a sporting goods side for guns. We're all a family and we consider this a family and we know our patients and know each other, we know each other's lives. And when I came in, they'd already known that I had
뭐
access
귀가
to
먹먹한 거.
this, if you want to call it that I was doing it. I was sad for Sean and his family. They are victims of this crime, and they're having to beg for answers from the Austin Police Department. That's when I started getting irritated. And I started like, why aren't they telling y'all anything? And the answer was given, they don't know. This is the way that they do it. This is the way it has been. That's when I shifted over to, no. There's got to be someone out there that can answer our questions and help us.
슬슬 누워볼까나?
I got a phone call. I was at
She said, look, I don't want to be intrusive, but my sister-in-law told me about your case. I helped solve my best friend's murder in Dallas. I really think that I could help you. Very difficult to open up to somebody and let them in because we're very private.
Hey, it's not the first time we've ever been contacted about that. Gut reaction was, I think you want it.
All right. So you'll notice the chimes throughout the house. So they're all over in my backyard. And each chime represents the client. And so when they blow, I can listen. And certain ones, you know how I am, certain ones tell me certain things. And, you know, when I'm working on a particular case, I can hear them. So this is going to represent me. You're going to put it right here. Even if it's not the, or right there. It's up to you guys. Can you see it? All right, you put it there too. Well, okay, so just so you know, yours is a little bit tangled, kind of like your case, so I'm sorry. So when we're out here working and I'm walking the dogs at the back, I can hear it bathing. I love it. Isn't that fun? I love doing it. Yeah. All right, guys, we start. So what we do is we help families, right? And this is our family in the yogurt shop thing. Angie has worked for 7 years on putting pressure on the police and the DA to get information to help the girls. And so we've gone through what she's done, and she's gotten to a standstill, and that's where we come in. And my group feels very lucky. I hope I don't cry. I'm a crier. To have you guys come and just watch the stuff and then take a seat. I'm gonna start with this question. I'm interested to know what your thoughts are on all of the questions that were saying that your take on Facebook messages.
The individual next door in the first place, do you have an opinion on if you would have heard noises?
People were spotted sitting in that room at the end of the night.
You know, anybody has made an attempt to see what fits in the physical space.
And I've done cases, Sheila and I've done cases with involved with
He told someone that night he saw the devil come out of the shop.
I thought it was some type of,
Fits in the physical space.
and I've done cases, Sheila and I've done cases with involved with
He told someone that night he saw the devil come out of the shop.
I thought it was some type of gang issue.
The embezzlement, money laundering, and the insurance account under one umbrella right now. There's the creep people, the CID people with wives, and the
That, by the time there's a strong, and you know the person who's in that bar is that money.
You're naked, you're young, and you don't know what to do. So you go 1, 2, 3. If I'm running the trip, it's not then you start to move. Right, right.
Would a guy really need to smack her with a hot service for Florida? Or they just punch her? They thought maybe punch her.
You're 100% right.
It's very frustrating not having answers. It has consumed me at times. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to find an answer for everybody.
So I don't see
유튜브로 봐야 하는데.
Is there some type of symbolism attached to the position of the
Great boy.
Aggravated, frustrated, too often I am.
유튜버
Give me the answers that I'm looking for.
구독하세요? 유료 구독?
Aggravated, frustrated, too often I ask to give me the answers that I'm looking for.
Head, leg, head, leg. Head, leg, head, leg. So that part is to disprove it, that we can't.
it really could be nothing.
You would think after 30 years that we would have been a lot further along. There's been so many people in the police station and in the DA's office that have come and gone. And every time they do that, you have to start over.
It has been a frustrating, painful 5 years for family and friends of Elijah Thomas and the heirs and Jennifer and Sarah Harbison.
Investigators have followed lead after lead, but 5 years later, they are no closer to solving the case. Case 36 has learned that a number of Austin homicide investigators have been assigned to look at this case once again.
The Austin Police Department announced today it will reopen Austin's infamous yogurt shop murder case.
There's a small group of detectives in Austin tasked with finding any clue that will crack this case wide open.
Paul Johnson's been working for over a year.
At that time, people that had been assigned to be on the top case previously had left for this case. You know, I was reluctant to get in this. Well, everybody else in the homicide detail was also reluctant. The rumor was that there were problems with the yellow process. The investigation had already gone before. They had come up with suspects that had been announced publicly, and acted like this is them, and it turns out, well, no, it's not them.
Well, he recants the confession.
Things like that just muddy up the case.
깨끗해지긴 하네요.
We're put over. How can I
71%가
They seem to be saying that we screwed it up. I always thought that we were part of it. Yeah, we'd be up counsel, we'd merit us. They would still come back to us and say, hey, what do you think?
I don't believe he and I should have been taken off the case.
If they sort of eliminated me totally, they don't want me involved anywhere.
이거 다 깨면 방 청소도 제가 생중계 해볼게요.
The fire, you know.
제 방을 치우는
Sometimes I have a hard time looking at the eyes, doing it up to me, and others, all these things. The only thing I regret about all of that is how we lost contact with the family.
키키유 보고 싶은데 난이 반. 근데 자야 돼.
John Jones, too close.
아니
And he
이거
has
끝내면이 아니라 이 게임 전체를 볼게요. 오늘은
funny
새벽에 방 청소.
people to get off.
In order to put themselves
님 대학생이만이 밀어.
they that's them.
I mean, it sounds kind of rude or crude, maybe, but I did not have a close relationship with them because I didn't want to get too emotionally tied into their concern.
전 복학하고 휴학 중.
무슨 과세요?
군대 갔다 와서.
So here's the door, the back door. So that has a lock on it from the outside now.
경영학과.
We suspect that the suspect had gone in
재밌겠다.
front during business hours and unlocked the back door to come in after hours and go into that thing. This dumpster was a little closer over here, but the back of the building are basically the same.
뭐뭐 배웁니까?
Street looks a little more grown up than it used to be, but the trees are 30 years older, and so I guess that's expected. Just in after hours. and go
회계학
in.
경영학.
This dumpster was a little closer over here, but the backs of the buildings are basically the same. This creek looks a little more grown up than it used to be, but the trees are 30 years older, and so I guess that's expected. So I started going over the case. It was very large. Came up with about 2,000 separate reports. So there's 2,000 separate tips. And it was just me and Ronald.
The ADD cold case unit, born out of the yogurt shop task force. Ron Lotto was part of the original task force, created to solve the case.
Case continues on. There's still, tips coming in. We would just work on one at a time. And if we worked it up to say, this is not our suspect, we would go through the next step, and the next one, and the next one. And then we got to the Marie Pierce. Remember, Maurice Pierce was arrested roughly 10 days after the Young Stop murders.
휴학 중인데 복학하기 싫음.
2 blocks away.
기억하면서 뭐 하심?
And the
몇 시에 자고 몇 시에 가나? 알바함?
Pierce himself, Robert Springsteen, Michael Scott, Forrest Gump. When I started this case,
그냥 노는 중 키키키윽 알바도 안 함. 근데 차는 있어서 뭔가 아까움. 차 산지 1년 됐는데.
probably figure out in my own mind who I thought did it, but never be able to get evidence to go to trial.
뭐하고 놀아요?
Then it's like almost overnight. I did it, but never
장
be
집에만
able
짱 박혀 있음.
to go to trial.
게임만 하고?
Then it's like almost overnight.
이거 말고 나랑 다른 게임 같이
How
해야지.
this might change.
우리 그거 같이 하면 되겠다.
게임보단 그냥 자거나 친구 만나는 뜻.
그래? 친구 만나서 뭐 하는데? 이거 같이 하자고 하려고 했는데. 어딨어? 페이데이 2나 존보이드나 테라리아 이거 아니면 디프아.
키키키키키키윽 재밌지 저것들.
생각나면 같이 해요. 되면.
밥은 잘 먹음?
저요? 그렇게 잘 먹진 않고 우울할 때 좀 간식 같은 거나 그런 거 먹거든요. 님은 밥 잘 먹어요? 친구들이랑 뭐하고 노는데? 술 마시는 거.
니은 술 잘 안 마심.
오. 저도 술 아예 안 마셔. 그럼 뭐하고 놀아요? 농구?
Oh, just go ahead and
볼링? 축구?
the way memory works is
PC방?
basically play back
게임도 잘 안 만드는데. 그냥 밥 먹기?
to report to someone else.
차도 있는데 어디 놀러 가요?
Seen a bird that you saw. You know, you say, well, why wouldn't it
키키키키윽 방구 축구 농구 친구들이랑 롤이나 뭐 그런 거.
playing back at tape? Why doesn't it? Well, because play
차
back
있어도 운전이 무서워서 잘 안 함.
에이씨.
what we really do is construct. You have some puzzle pieces, put them down.
저도 면허는 있는데 운전한 적 없어요. 면허 따.
Play for this, seen or heard or who you saw. You know, you say, well, why wouldn't it just be as simple as pushing a little switch and playing back a tape? Why doesn't it do it? Well, because playback is not really accurate. What we really do is construct. You have some puzzle pieces, you put them down on the table, throw it again. Well, memory of form. So basically, from influences, assumptions, and incorporation of people,
I knew I was going to make a film about the whole thing because it was too big.
the next time around, somebody asked, what
all of you, the ones who saw and the ones who created.
We were trying to make a documentary about false confession.
Confidentially, and confessions are what we thought they were, or what we wanted them to be. And it should bother us that there are guys in prison who are their own. You are one of them.
There's some hurdles to that, which is convincing a viewer that these are false confessions to begin with. You know, having that question, how does a person confess to a crime they didn't commit? Why not ask the person who confessed?
When I started this set, I came up with about 2,000 separate tips. And so we needed to look into them. So in 1999, we started working on the Marie Spears tip. There were things that were just unresolved about Marie. And when Maurice got arrested back in 1991 at the mall with the gun, roughly 10 days after the murder, sometime during the night, Hector Polanco brought Maurice to an interview room to interview him. At the beginning of the recording, it says something like, let's go over what we've been talking about.
We've been talking. Yeah. We went through it once already, and I went through everything. And what's very important is that you come. Before everything else goes, you know, I lied to you, liver, and all that threatened you, say, like, you know, continuing to go to the restaurant, Dr. Pepper's, and all that stuff, right? Okay. They start something new.
That interview, which probably started around midnight, goes on till the day shift starts coming. John Jones, the main person on the case, Polanco comes out and says, okay, this is Maurice. He's acknowledging some involvement in the Yogi case. So John Jones takes a separate written statement from Maurice Spears. When I was looking at this case, I saw that statement that John Jones took. And when I was digging through the rest of the evidence, I find this recording, a listener recording of what Maurice Spears had said just before John Jones took it. And when I was digging through the rest of the evidence, I find this recording, a listener recording of what Maurice Spears had said just before John Jones took Maurice's statement. And it's not the same.
퍼센티지가 오를 생각은 안 하는데.
His written story involves only meeting with Forrest in the parking lot of North Cross Mall. In that recording, his story involved the preacher. It involved him being in his car with Forrest over in an apartment complex where right down from that parking lot is a place in the street where people hang out. Street people, because they hang out, where right down from that parking lot is a place in the street where people hang out. Street people, because they hang out in the street.
It's just a spot to get away from the other side. It's a place where you are illegal underage drinking and not get caught.
That was the hangout. That's what we did. You know, 15, 16, whatever, however old I was. We did way too much drinking. But that was where we were hanging out that night. Forget. did they were for them doing real. Got him throwing that. And that said earlier something about it's like in his well, he shot. They're saying, I mean, he's got say that. Four. Yeah. And then he didn't tell you anything about what he does their body. What kind of use for vomit?
John Jones justified not thinking Maurice was a suspect because even Hector Polanco couldn't get him to confess. Polanco can get people to confess even if they're innocent. Maurice doesn't confess himself on the tape, but he does say Florence told him very specific things that were happening during the commission of the crime. Florence confessed. Polanco can get people
DLC 보고 맘에 들면 말해요. 다른 거 하나 더 사드림.
Maurice doesn't
오,
confess himself on
감사합니다.
the tape. He does say Florence told him very specific things that
열심히
were happening
하겠습니다.
during the commission of the crime. He doesn't say those things to John Jones when Jones is taking a statement. Evidently, John Jones never knew the story that Maurice told. And Hector Polanco never bought John Jones when Jones is taking a statement. Evidently, John Jones never knew the story that Maurice told. And Hector Polanco never bothered to look at this written statement and see that it's different than the story he had heard. Anytime you get somebody telling a story, and they tell one story, and then they tell another story, you don't stop and continue to get it resolved why their stories are different. You know, Hector Polanco had, at some point, kind of gotten a bad reputation, and I'm not sure Jones even cared what told Hector Polanco. I get the impression he wouldn't have trusted anything Polanco said. If I had been investigating, I think anybody would have wanted to know if he's telling you a different story than just told somebody else. And, you know, that Jones even cared what Maurice told Hector Polanco. I get the impression he wouldn't have trusted anything Polanco said. And if I had been investigating, I think anybody would have wanted to know if he's telling you a different story than just told somebody else. And, you know, they wired Maurice up to say something like Forrest didn't know what he was talking about, had no idea what was going on, and they also interviewed Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott because they were along in the car. No. Okay. Okay. You're assuming some things there that, you know, nobody called him Mace.
So Maurice, he mentioned himself as the very wonderful lady on the strap. And then he said Mace, and he said the Anderson Clayton show.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, before I could say, 31 days later.
와, 노예가 와준대요.
오 노예가 온다니.
노예 동작. 80% 하고 있습니다. 오. 노예 동작.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to. Well, that's so for Maurice and bringing my name up. I mean, of course,
이야.
I doubt that he really knew any of our names back then. And then obviously, my name is Mac, and that's pretty much the only name I went. I didn't go by Mace. I don't know where that came from, but we were easy targets. People knew we hung out down there. And him not knowing my name or names of some of the other people down there, but there's a group of people. Those were the ones. The deflection.
Maurice's story has always been Forrest took his gun and Forrest probably did it. But I thought it was more likely that Maurice was actually the one doing the murders. I thought it was a bit suspicious. We had these conflicting statements. The one of the recording that I had already heard, and then the one that he had written out in 1991. And I wanted to get whatever he claimed the truth to be like. So I talked to him at his house.
This written statement was taken from me in the afternoon. The recording was probably when they were talking that night before. The gist of this is that you were not at North Cross
이
Mall,
볼빛 너무 예뻐.
North Mall, and Forrest left and came back later. But that you had driven your car to the back of the shopping center where the yoga shop is. There's a bridge over the bridge. And then Forrest met up with some other people and then went and committed the murder. In other words, you have your complete different
Yeah, it's totally different from the different
scenario. That's right. It's very important that we find out which one of these is true, or if it's not either one of these, what is it?
I don't remember that. It was just another night for us, you know. All we used to do is we go to the mall and go to play.
I'm very concerned that at one time in your life, you said something like this about a very, very serious incident. Telling details, those kind of things, people don't forget. Those kind of things you will remember forever.
I don't really remember much at all. I mean, this is something that I just wanted to forget about and guess I'll do after that.
So, in addition to Forrest, he said he was with Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen at that time. I ended up contacting each of them by phone. And I asked them, what did you do that day? And they each told me a story, and they all involved the other three people, all different things about what they did. I could not hear them. I could not take their alibi. Their alibis were each other, and they were all different. But they each talked about going to San Antonio the night after the murder. They were all together in that stone pathfinder. And each one of them remembered stopping somewhere along the way and buying a newspaper. And as they're driving, somebody reading the article, teenager in a stolen car, driving to see some girlfriend, stopping to get the Sunday paper in the first place. It's kind of suspicious today. So we started working to find out everything that's true about these guys.
John Jones described him as dudes without dates. He would hang out at North Cross Mall and, watching girls, basically. I thought it was weird that they all four were hanging out in the first place. I mean, they might have known each other, but I never thought of them hanging out.
I didn't know them as a team. I wouldn't have made those connections ever. Not until I met Forrest later that I knew he hung out with Maurice. Forrest. He was just kind of a quiet guy. He liked to work on cars. Anything he needed, he would help.
He always came off with a sweet guy. Really not assuming. Just a nice dude. He was the only one who had a stable home environment, but he was a follower. And the person he followed was Maurice.
We thought we were the coolest kids in the neighborhood. Maurice and his guys thought they were the coolest kids in the neighborhood. And yeah, we did not like each other.
Maurice Pierce was always thought of as the ringleader. He always liked him.
Then he had it was like an old police car and had a spotlight on it. So
He was like a grifter. He was the kind of guy that would steal someone's dog, wait a while, and then would return it to him for a fucking reward. Just no moral anything. I was
Like-
afraid of him. Yeah,
I'm afraid of
him. Yeah, but I was a little afraid of him. Then there were Michael Scott and Rob Springsteen. They had broken family lives. They would kiss and want to be special in some way, and the only way they could manage it was to be.
I met Michael Scott my first year of high school. He was like, t-shirt and jeans and long hair, like hothead dude. His mother didn't live too far away, and she was working during the day, so I'd skip school and go smoke dope with his mom. And then there was Robert. Robert was creepy. Creepy as fuck.
of the outliers really, I saw him right there. He looked like somebody like, I was trying to show you shit in a parking lot. But you did. You did. It is hard to make the leap to see him wearing something like this off. Now, there's a thing about what kind of appearance people make and who could commit this murder. It's really dangerous to get off into who could commit a crime, any kind of crime, but particularly a murder.
Our plan was to talk to people that were in the street that night to see if they confirmed seeing Maurice up there, seeing his car, seeing him do some things that he had told Hector Blanco he had done. So we brought them in one at a time. You know Maurice, I knew of him. By seeing him around, we had liked each other.
When I got a phone call and say, hey, can you help us out with this? You know, we know you were in the area, maybe you had seen something and me being, well, yeah, sure, I'll whatever I can do to help, I'll come down.
My first thought is what took you so long? And why did you not question us? We were local, young kids. They hung out in that area all the time. You remember coming down there? You remember Michael Scott? You're not sure if anybody can remember. Maurice can remember people were born in Boston. I did it free. I did it on the park up on top. And what did Maurice do?
게임이 생각보다 복잡하네.
He could drop for us. And what did Maurice do? So he could drop for us.
이제 채팅 보여요?
Since we were able to kind of confirm the story Maurice told Polanco, we moved on to LiveStream.
이거 추가 프로그램 설치 안에서 화질 낮았던 거여서 설치하고부턴 보임.
Story Maurice told Polanco, we moved on to LiveStream.
저 양반 방송을 하니까 방송으로 안 하고 그냥 여기 채팅을 해서 두세 번 말했는데 방송 와서 얘기하고 말을 안 듣고 노예가 자유로워. 네가 오고 싶을 때 오고 가고 싶을 때 자유노예. 내가 주인이
키키키의
아니야.
뇌 지급 좋다.
Do you remember that? Tell me what it is that you did with him. The first I've heard of the Yoga Shop murder is they were in a stolen Nikon task garment going to San Antonio. The guy had a newspaper and that was the first time I ever heard of it.
걔가 또 주인 성향도 있어가지고 원래 노예 좋아.
I don't know if you why else had nothing to do with the poor girls. No.
오존네요 키키키유. 근데 노예가 감이 오라는데 안 오다니.
3대 노예가 아니야. 노동자, 노예가 아니기 때문에.
Had nothing to do with these poor girls. No.
감요 노동자는 노예보다 다루기 힘들죠.
Why you know else is that you some that right there, that you find by paying the debt, you know, for what he said. Simple question. Didn't. I don't know why else you thinking somebody else. It had nothing to do with these poor girls. No. Why you know else is that you some that right there, I heard that you by paying the debt, you know, for what he said. Simple question. You're not going to tell me. I don't know what to tell you. I said you anything I know. I will not kill them for good. I will not know who killed them. I wish I did, so I could tell you. I really did.
I always hope this case could be solved. But sometimes you never know if it's going to be solved until you actually solve it. I never had the feeling we were on the right track until after Michael Scott's first day of the
Well, what we're going to be talking about today is kind of taking you back to 1991. I'll be honest with you guys. I had a 6-4-year-old. One of the reasons that we're doing this upside down is that what do you do that day? What the hell is that? Me and my girl was trying to listen to it. I was in a music camp. I played orchestra. We played orchestra. So you went out inside, you looked out 3 times to send it to sorry, this is the first that they were in my house. Because I didn't bring them all. You know, the girls were talking about putting themselves in the bigger themselves and putting a bigger and bigger.
일단 누울어.
Don't hold back now. I'm not holding back, guys. Don't hold back now. I'm not holding back, guys. Y'all know a bunch of money in the trigger. If you never hit the thing loud down, I would remember that. I remember them going in, staying in a short while, coming back out. I'm looking around, make sure there's nobody around. He's back in, like,
나만의 ASMR.
Yeah. Here we go again. Get into that non-responsive mode here. Why don't you just put that up? You need to God say real homework. There's this next day, and it's coming real quick. It's gonna be a little. Ready? What did you say? I'm literally saying something about reading books. So we've never seen the ICD one again. What to do with home? Me, Robert, Morty, and Forrest? Who is Morty? I can clear yes, I understand it. But it's not understand what's happening in that story. So what have I done here? Just walking out of my head? Maybe. I hope so. As soon as we got the investigator starting to write up his confession, we sent some investigators to West Virginia to try to talk to Robert Frank. He had gone back to West Virginia like 2 or 3 weeks after the murder to live with his mother. So we went and talked to him at the local police department.
펼치네. 진주아가 안 뜨네.
펼친? 아, 펼친 그거 진주 아마 없앴을걸요. 옛날에 만든 건데. 귀찮아서.
옛날 거구나.
근데 제 카톡? 제 겐톡? 그거 뭐지? 주와 해법용어 치면 나와요. 제가 사업해가지고. 그러면 제가 아가들이랑 하는 프사 구경하시고.
디즈니 스폰이면 친추하겠는데. 아, 해법도담 이거구나.
맞아요.
방송 후원은 수수료세가니까 아무래도.
맞아요.
I don't know if this is real or not. This might look real. I want to hear it. You think so? Yes, I want to hear it. For some dumb action like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. Tell us. I want to hear it. Today? You think so? anything.
The Austin Police Department and the Travis County DA's office say their investigation has ended in sweet success.
Now, after nearly 8 years, police have arrested 4 suspects. These are the wards thousands here in Austin have been waiting to hear for nearly 8 years.
On December 6, 1991, we as a city lost our enemy. Today, as a community, we can hopefully finally begin the process of healing. I have to tell you that I am extremely proud of the members of this police department. These arrests culminate nearly 8 years of hard work. Focusing on if they won't end until the jury comes back with the guilty verdict.
This is not the end of what we have been trying to do, but only the beginning. It is also important that these 4 people are allowed to have
역시 장훈다 기적의 ASMR.
good pride. We've all talked about it. We felt like our lives were just now beginning to get back to a somewhat normal state, not like it was for so many years, but now it's going to start all over again. We're going to start December the 6th, 91, all over again.
If you could stop time and get back to basics. Right after those girls killed, they come up with stuff today.
곧 100이구나.
I go right back. Those guys we got. They did it.
Sounded good. I mean, I'll go be sure now. All right. I'm not going to have talking to you as well. All I got is confession. That's it? Yeah. From just 2 of them. Confession, well, all I got is confession. That's it? Yeah. From just 2 of them. Confession, that's like a 2-legged stool. And then stand, you know, there's nothing. Evidence.
After 8 years and no physical evidence to tie any of the 4 men to the murders, why did the Austin police focus on them? The dogs, all 4, have led quiet lives with jobs and families. Maurice Pearson's sister is hard to find.
Because they're taking his life away.
Sometimes I think about the death penalty and why I can't believe I won't let myself go to the possibility of convicted.
Because they're taking his life away.
Sometimes I think about the death penalty and why I can't believe I won't let myself go to the possibility of convicted. What have you been here?
2 months.
Did you ever think you'd be in it?
The only thing we ever had on for us was a party to an aggravated robbery. We didn't have a case to even suspect that he had an intention to be a party to a murder.
In a surprise move, the judge lets Boris go home on bail. In a surprise
That he had an intention to be a party to a murder. Party to an aggravated robbery. We didn't have a case to even suspect that he had an intention to be a party to a murder.
In a surprise move, the judge lets Boris go home on bail.
Trying not to get too excited about not getting indicted because I never know what's going to happen in the future.
Boris Lover on the top of the field, and they would have left him alone if he would testify to other two guys. And he said, no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to lie. That's what he said. I'm not going to lie about something like that.
일단 친추했음 스르륵 잠든 듯.
Michael Scott and Maurice Pierce.
오케이.
All three will be tried for first-degree murder. If convicted, Springsteen and Scott face the death penalty. My understanding is as well that sometimes the bill is something like that.
That's right.
With a death penalty case, there is always a tremendous burden because a great deal depends on your representation. Will he live? Will he die? Will you do the job right? Will you make a mistake? And with Robert, because of the nature of his confession, the statements he makes, I had real doubt as to whether we could ever push for finding him not guilty. The words of the accuser himself saying, I did this.
어디가 1% 빈 거야 찾는 게 일이네.
Into a video camera. But I want you to just for a moment imagine the stress he was under when he was making that statement. The fear, the uncertainty, the suddenness all contributed to Springsteen's statement. Springsteen's statement.
I've always tried to be very detached, so that when I would get a case in front of me, I try and strip away any emotion, anything like that. I mean, our job is just to figure out what the facts are. With Michael, what I started with was his written confession. I started to read it, and I remember getting maybe to about page 3 or 4, and it was too much for me. It was overwhelming to read this horrific details of raping these girls and killing them. I couldn't read it objectively. My biased viewpoint at the time was people don't confess to something they did not do. I had to put that aside just to objectively review this case. So I put it away for about a month, and I learned everything I could about the crime scene. I come back to it, as I started to read it, it was like, okay, wait a minute. That didn't happen, that's totally inaccurate. Why is he getting so many things wrong? This confession clearly does not match this crime scene. Interrogation practice is so this is criminal interrogations and confessions for purposes. This is considered the Bible of interrogation practice in the United States.
Through extended research and years of experience, John Reed and Associates has developed a 9-step interrogation process.
These guys are criticized by social psychologists because they're saying, look, the method that they're teaching in here can lead to false confession.
Step number 2 and step number 7 are the most essential steps of the interrogation process. Give the suspect psychological justification for committing the crime. Suggest to the suspect a good reason and a bad reason so that we make it easy for them to make that first admission of guilt.
Michael's biggest problem was he trusted the police.
Either one online, 2 I don't remember. Those are the only 2 options that I have.
Well, I can take out, but I don't remember. I'm not trying to lie to them. He said, guys, either I don't remember or 2, I'm lying. Well, there was a third option. What's the third option? Yes, but he didn't consider it because he doesn't believe they lie. Even Springsteen said, guys, I could have sworn I went to Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I thought we saw the Rocky Horror Picture Show. But, come to find out that it was not shot that night.
I guess I was wrong. No, actually you weren't. You were right. They lied to you. Which is what this guy say it's okay to do, is to lie. That's the problem with this method. The police are using techniques they have no idea how powerful they are. Because if you've got a subject that believes you when you lie to them, they're the authority figure. If they leave it to them, why would you lie to them? That is what happened to Michael Scott, but that's not all. We would say they use some tactics from us, but they did all the stuff we told them not to do.
Is that the gun you shot somebody with, Mike?
No.
Is that the gun you walked up behind somebody with and shot?
Aside from the 9 steps, there's a couple of things it says. It says don't do these things, because if you do these things, that could lead to a false confession. Do not threaten people. Don't promise anything. Do not feed false theories of memory. First of all, you have to understand about how memory works.
Memory of course. I wanted to keep.
So basically, it's an intimacy, an assumption, an incorporation of information from other people, which you come to believe is reasonable. These pieces of learning and create make it you get.
So, for example, they tell them, there's something in your mind, Michael, that's called identification.
You don't think you think you need, you got a big deal on your head. And everything you did in your subconscious mind is recorded.
You can replay it if you want to. You can extract it from your mind.
Then I want you to say, okay, here's what my need to say.
He believes it, so it becomes this exercise in trying to.
You don't think you think you need, you got a big deal on your head. And everything you did in your subconscious mind is recorded.
You can replay it if you want to. You can extract it from your mind.
Then I want you to say, okay, here's what my need to say.
He believes it, so it becomes this exercise in trying to extract memories that he believes he has. Hey, Michael, you were telling me that you thought the girls might have been tied up. You thought. The keyword is thought. To jump from you think they were tied up to
What were they tied up with?
it's a very subtle suggestion, but it's there nonetheless. And so Mike starts to say, yeah, I think maybe shoelaces. Oh, come on, Mike, you know, come on, forward.
I want to say extension cord. I want to say electrical cord. I wasn't going to see a kid, but
He finally hits on the one that is a threat. There you go, Mike, there you go.
you go close, time up. You go close, time up. You walk. By the time you go over the way, say it. Notice.
And so what happens? You start to handle these things. Now the mind does not know what is false and what is not. And that's the problem. That's how you create false memories. That could lead to a false confession.
Joining us. Robert Springsteen Capital Murder Trial is underway. This was introduced today in court. There was a ring that one of the girls was wearing as well as a belt buckle. The most difficult thing to see was a crime scene photo of Amy Ayers that showed her lying face down inside the yogurt shop. Family members
The ENG office. So if it's 56 days, they don't show crime.
아홉 필터링.
If they show here, we get a video. Usually, cold call, the parents aren't there. We will see. There's 14 people on the street. If they never sit there and take it wrong, the ENG office. So if in 56 days, they don't show crime scene photo. And if they show here, we're going to video it. Usually, cold call,
너무 길게 안
parents
쓰고
aren't
자주 안 쓰면 필터링 들대요.
There's 14 people on the street. If they gotta sit there and take it wrong.
Not only did they strangle her, they pistol whipped her and they shot her twice. That is a cold person who could do that to a kid. And they feel like part of that is continuing to be trying to get away. And the thing is, when she first, she laughed. I mean, you know, all that went through her mind. You know, worse things happen to people. I don't mind. I did go to the trial, and it was just a very strange experience because I remember looking and thinking, like, that's just like a person. You know, you have this image that something. I did go to the trial, and it was just a very strange experience because I remember looking and thinking, like, that's just like a person. You know, you have this image that somebody was born and walking in, and instead this is sort of homely looking person.
I looked at him and he looked at me. There was nothing there. was ice. It was clear. I'm telling you, his eyes were like ice. And I got tired. And I took them up on you.
I'm going to be reading from the journal I kept during the murder trial. Yes, I kept it because I kind of wanted some sort of history, but more than that, it was kind of therapeutic. The yogurt shop cases created a level, tension, scrutiny, extreme even for a death penalty.
It's going to be graphic and it's going to be stuff that you don't want to hear. It's going to be things that you don't want to hear. Where it's not, it's where it's the stuff. You can actually sit straight into it.
The only evidence that was even close to saying, oh, maybe Michael did something was one witness came in saying, yes, he said work to affect the vice versa.
One of the days of going to court, there was this young woman. She had a big tattoo from shoulder to shoulder and a strapless top on. But who is this girl?
Mike Scott's friend had been this 13-year-old kind of punk rock kid back in 1991, and she
The way I remember it is Michael pacing around her and like, you can talk to me, like I'm your friend. And we're both staring out into the yard because I did it.
Tell me, it's best that you can remember how he said that. He did say, kill those girls.
Didn't find a witch anymore. Didn't really get that. Hasn't been anything I could have. And
디어 앨리스네.
그니까 고대하고 고대하던 앨리스 가요. 그래도 노동자분이 도와주셔가지고 이 정도로 끝났죠. 한시네, 한시. 와우. 딱 열자마자 지옥길이라는 게 보여지네. 등장하자마자 지옥 시작. 잠깐만. 한 2분만 쉬죠. 쉴 새 없이 닦아서 머리 아파. 일단 앨리스 깨고
필터링 때문에 못 쓰겠다.
치즈직 다운받았어? 이거 깨고 그거 사달라고 해. 골밑? 후기 좋은 거.
다운되어 있네. 키키키윽 노예 박탈됐어. 유호 노동자 돼버림.
노예라고 하기엔 내가 일을 더 잘해. 왜 말을 안 들음? 아, 힘들어.
말 잘 들음.
에이씨, 너는 들어오지도 않았잖아. 게임도 안 들어오면서 뭔 말이지?
물질은 동우지.
그건 말 잘 듣는 게 아니야. 노예라면 주인님이 가는 어떤 불길도 더 참된 노예라. 대학교는 어디서 다니? 님? 몇 년생이요? 01? 군대를 왜 좀 늦게 갔어?
너 탈락이군. 경기도 쪽인데 휴학 중이라 군대 21살에 감.
음. 저녁을 언제 한 거야?
삼 년 전 9 23일.
날짜도 기억하고. 오, 내 8주년이 9월 22일인데. 내 기념일이. 방송 시작하는 데. 다음날 저녁까지.
키키 저녁일은 못 잊지.
해방된 날. 그날만 기억하니까. D-Day 하니까. 잊을 수가 없지. 들어간 날도 기억하시나요? 입된 날.
높은 산 깊은 골 물결표 적막한 물결표 산악.
원래 평상시에 언제 자세요, 코치님은? 힘들어, 힘들어. 힘들어. 왜 이렇게 피부에 멍이 많이 들까? 맨날 어디 부딪히고 그래서 몸투성이고. 음, 음. 저좀 늘었니?
I remember him saying I did it. That was so sad. Years ago, I didn't even start keeping it all together until like Wednesday morning. I got my paper off. Oh my gosh. I remember him telling me stuff like detailed stuff, and I don't remember what exactly and how I think I know those stuff. You know, it's just so vague.
She said that Mike said to her, we raped him and we killed him, blah, 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 and it was just crazy, blah, blah, blah.
She was a little, I would call, on the fringes. But when she spoke on the stand, she was articulate. He confessed to her. That's powerful.
This is one girl 8 years after the fact, and they didn't have anything to match up. What's the detail? Did it? What do you mean? No, he said he did it. Yeah? Not much. If you look at the evidence against these men, the prosecution really didn't have anything. The defense attempted to introduce expert testimony from a memory expert concerning how memory works and how persuasion and suggestion under some circumstances can get people to remember things they didn't actually experience. The defense wanted the jury to hear how a reasonably normal person could be convinced through regular police interrogation that he had committed a horrific act despite being absolutely innocent. However, the memory expert wanted to testify to more than I thought the law allowed. So I tried to find a point where he could be helpful without going over the line. I think maybe I felt like I wanted to give him more, but fitting under the law. So I guess that bothered me.
How do you know it's a true confession or a false confession? You don't. That's why we have juries. Juries have to make that judgment. The jury should know how these things work. They should know that there are certain techniques, certain procedures that the police use that increase the probability of false confession. They should know that. I did think for a while that I had something to do with this crime. It's weird because even now, one still questions and stuff that I had something to do with it. I really still know.
the approach that I was taking from the beginning with this false confession idea is that Mike was someone who became convinced that he had murdered people. We talked to some experts who said this case with Michael Scott is one of those cases that will keep you up at night, because that is not how these interrogation techniques should work, but they are powerful and they do elicit results like this. They also elicit less psychologically interesting results, which is that you will also get another kind of false confession, and that's just the confession you get the hell out of them.
Needless to say, I wouldn't ever do it again. It was a really, absolutely jackass, stupid thing to do, but it was the only thing that I could think of to do at that time. The thing that kept effectively running through my head was, okay, these guys have got something really screwed up somewhere. I've got to get out of this room. I've got to get to an attorney. I've got to talk to an attorney and get all this stuff straightened out. They kept telling me I could leave, but they were sitting in front of the door.
I believe when we started going to hell, you were just as free and just as scared.
No, as a matter of fact, I think that's how I was.
When that has been brought up, that the confessions were coerced, so they're not true. That's not how I authenticate a confession. What determines if the confession is true is if they reveal some information that they would not have known otherwise, and there was no other way for them to find out that. He indicated the position of Amy's body. Body position has never been out to anyone, anywhere, and nobody knows that unless they were there. You couldn't even describe it to somebody else to act out. In addition to that, each confession confirms things from the other's confession.
If he's doing something to her, he's doing it from the rear, and you're trying to get your wanger up and have sex with this girl, you can't do it. Do you ever actually get it in? But you try and you bump her, but you don't get it in. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, this is nothing like it used to. So this is the area just inside the back door where the shelves and the bodies were kind of like next to the shelves. This wall wasn't here. You know, all this is completely
But that's not how the fire started. The fire did not start on these bodies. That would have been practically impossible. What APD knew in 1991 was that this fire started on the shelves. Fire makes patterns when it burns. So there's something called a V pattern, like that. So if the fire burns here, if it's next to a wall, you see a big old. And so this V pattern is on the wall of this freezer and on this sidewall. The fire investigator had told them back in 1991 the fire started in the on the shelves. Now, after all this interrogation, Michael Scott makes the fire start on the girls. Well, that does not fit. Paul Johnson knows this. So they went and got this ATF fire guy to come and tell the jury that the fire started on the girl. Every time you get something, a confession, that isn't quite like you thought it was, you go back and see, could it be true? You see two laying down and one lying in the bed. I don't know. You know, incredible So we went to our expert, and he came back and reported that the fire not only could have, but I think he would say it definitely did start on the bodies. And then as it increased from where their bodies were, caught the things on the shelves on fire. Saying we changed it to match the confession. No. We're just checking out. Could it be true? In addition to the factual issues for the jury, there were several significant legal issues for the court. Foremost, the admissibility of the defendant's own statement. The more difficult question involved the admissibility of the co-defendant's statement. In this case, Springsteen was on trial. Scott had taken the Fifth Amendment. He hadn't had his trial yet. He was about to get on the stand in Springsteen's case and answer any questions. And the defense would say, I can't cross-examine Scott about this statement, therefore it should not come in.
Can't use these confessions against each other because we have the Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate yourself and not testify. You have the Sixth Amendment right to confrontation. So if you accuse me of a crime, then you have to come into court, by God, and look me in the face and testify about why you think I did this. Robert had the right not to testify, and we can't call Scott to the stand because he has the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So that's blatant constitutional error.
So what I did was whittle everything out that referred to anybody else except what Scott was admitting that he did. In the statement I allowed in, there was absolutely no reference to any other individual involved in this crime. So it was just Scott saying, I did this, and I did this, and I did that. After studying the law, I think I made the soundest decision I could. If it turns out to be wrong in the eyes of a higher court looking back, then so be it.
I made no secret of telling the judge that I thought the trial had been unfair at virtually every turn. When Mike Scott's redacted confession came in on a Friday afternoon, Robert leaned toward me and whispered, I'm a dead man. And I said, yes, Robert, you are.
The defendant, please rise. We, the jury, find the defendant, Robert Springsteen IV, guilty of the offense of capital murder, signed by the foreperson of the jury. And at this time, Mr. Springsteen, the court sentences you to death.
It was one of the worst days of my life.
It was awful. You'd think it would be great. It was awful. I was in the courtroom. Me and my mother were trembling and shaking and crying. Not because I like these people. I don't. But he's going to die. This man's going to die. And now we have blood on our hands, too. No, not now.
Oh, look, is this what you wanted, Barbara?
Well, we want some kind of ending. How do you feel like it's a step in the right direction to bring these boards to justice?
It took the Travis County jury less than 3 hours today to sentence Michael Scott to life in prison.
We asked the jury to consider the death penalty. They heard the evidence and decided that a life sentence was appropriate.
When the verdicts came down, I was very happy. Of course, the verdict in the criminal case has to be unanimous. So there was nobody among those 24 jurors that had any doubt that these were the right suspects. Maurice was the third one, so we were going to try Maurice next. But that never happened.
The Travis County District Attorney announced he will not seek a murder trial in the investigation of Maurice Pierce.
What led District Attorney Ronnie Earl to give up even before the trial begins?
The evidence shows Maurice Pierce's guilt. We just don't have enough to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
They didn't think we had enough evidence to assure a conviction because Maurice never confessed.
Surrounded by his wife and 10-year-old daughter, Maurice Pierce is free, no longer waiting for his day in court.
When I was detained and arrested, I proclaimed that I was innocent of all the charges that were filed against me, and I am standing here today with that same proclamation.
Maurice Pierce, you're a free man. How do you feel to be out now?
Happy.
Austin police released a statement emphasizing that Pierce was not exonerated and that their investigation continues. Remember, their initial investigation was focused on Maurice Pierce. Their belief was that he was the ringleader, the mastermind behind all of this. The only reason Michael and Robert come into play is because of Maurice Pierce. He's the central focus of all of this.
When he was released, it was always with the intention of we're going to still go after him.
You do not have the evidence to convict him right now. The life is wrong.
I think there's more evidence out there. I believe that there are other people that know very specific things about what happened in and around the yoga shop that night that we have not developed. In
March of 2008, we get a call from the judge's office saying, hey, can you come and meet right now? When we got there, prosecutors had been doing more DNA testing and we found a full profile.
Our evidence includes DNA from one male whose identity is not yet known yet.
Questions?
The DNA doesn't belong to Michael. It doesn't belong to Robert Springsteen. It is not anyone who's.
So you have to then explain where this comes from. Well, it comes from the killer.
Rob and I wrote letters back and forth while he was in the Travis County jail, and he had a lot of time to say, hey guys, some letters, and this is the first one that he wrote to us. Dear Claire, when you're in jail, time is weird. Some days a second takes all day, and others a day takes seconds. When you're in a cell 23 hours a day, time stretches to infinity. I read a lot. I read the whole Dune series. That's probably one of the greatest sci-fi fantasy series around, and I consider it a classic. I'm not much into puzzles. I think I sent in some puzzle bits or something. But I do listen to NPR, although I prefer the BBC news. I've used this situation to grow into a better person in the last 9.5 years. You can't see it, since you've only known me for about a week, but ask my mother, or even my father. You may even have everyone from talking about this already. I have no clue what you're going to. I've grown in so many ways it's impossible to explain. Please write back soon. Sincere best wishes, Rob. That was his first letter, and we wrote back and forth a few times before he got released on bond. Yeah.
to hear that my sentencing had been overturned huge. Oh man, I was standing at my cell door when the officer comes to you, because it doesn't come at the normal time of mail. Legal mail is different. They bring it to you. I'm like, what's this? It's from the Court of Criminal Appeals, and I opened up. What they overturned our convictions on was a Sixth Amendment violation of right to confrontation, specifically. In Springsteen's trial, they took my written statement and they had an officer read parts of it into the record. In my trial, they took excerpts out of his video interrogation. The Constitution says you have an absolute right to confront your accuser. I refused to get on the stand at his trial. He refused to get on the stand at my trial. So where in there were we allowed to confront our accusers?
This is sort of a gray area of law. And while this case was on appeal, the Supreme Court of the United States came down with a decision that really totally changed the law and made it much more black and white, which got this case revoked.
New developments today in one of Austin's most notorious crimes.
The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that Michael Scott got an unfair capital murder trial in Travis County.
They say his confession was improperly introduced to jurors, and he didn't get to face Robert Springsteen, one of his accusers.
Scott and Springsteen's convictions were overturned.
The appellate court ruled that the men's constitutional right was violated.
Every time I hear those words, that their rights were violated, I don't. My girls were murdered.
The highest court in Texas decided on a vote of 5-4. So 4 of the justices said, nope, it didn't make any difference, but it just takes a majority. 5 of them said it did, so they're going back for a new trial.
How long have you been in the legal with that for?
6.5, 7 years. That's a rough guess on that one.
One of the things that people don't get is the sequence of events. The crime happened in 91. All right, in 99, Michael Scott confesses, Springsteen confesses. Springsteen loses his case. Scott loses his case. One gets death, one gets life. 7 years later, both cases are reversed. And they come back for a new trial.
So the district attorney decided that since the confessions indicate that the girls, or at least one of the girls, was raped, they might find DNA evidence to use for new trial. At the first trial, they had already done profiling, and there was no foreign DNA on those drugs. That's because at the time they needed logs of liquids. But now they tested it by kind of a new technology called YSTR, which can find much smaller amounts of DNA.
The state had gotten knowledge of this new YSTR testing and thought this could be it, because now we're not allowed to use these confessions against each other. We're going to prove with science that he did it. There's an X chromosome, and there's a Y chromosome. You're XX, you're a female, you're XY, you're a male. YSTR, what it does is it ignores the female DNA.
We get a call from the judge's office saying, hey, can you come and meet right now? When we got there, prosecutors had found a full YSTR profile in the air. And it doesn't match any of your defense. Your two or the other two.
The most important thing
안녕하세요.
is it's someone else. It is not any one of these people. And so I suppose the state of Texas now is going to say that there were really 5 boys there instead of 4. Never mind that it's inconsistent with the theories they used to try them the first time. They thought they were going to get a YSTR result and hammer the point home.
Instead, they got the truth, and they can't deal with it.
The theory comes up by the state of Texas. Well, it must be contaminated. Something had to happen to this sample.
It could be contamination, or it could be another person involved.
The crime scene collection procedures in 1991 with the lab processing procedures and handling procedures, YSTR can pick up cast off skin cells. So anybody that had contact was even close to these swabs could have contaminated the evidence.
You've got to think of the crime scene. You've got, 4 inches of water that is flooded. You've got naked girls on the floor with water.
It could be anything. It could be, it's a restaurant, people in there all the time.
So they began testing every firefighter that was on the scene, over 50 of them, any of the officers that were there, any other law enforcement personnel, a medical examiner. They test his father, brother, anybody who else that they think it could be. After testing more than 200 men who just even looked at this body, were anywhere near this body, there's nobody else, except for maybe somebody that's not in this file, i.e. the real killer.
The idea that it could be contamination, yes, as possibility, is a probable no. A full profile inside a vaginal swab of the youngest victim? No, that's not contamination. That's your killer.
Since the original trial of this case, new developments in DNA technology have become available. Currently, it is clear to me that our evidence in the death of these 4 young women includes DNA from one male whose identity is not yet known to us. Given that, I could not, in good conscience, allow this case to go to trial before the identity of this male donor is determined and the full truth is known.
For the first time in the history of criminal justice in the state of Texas, 2 young men were released on personal bond on 4 counts with capital murder.
I determined I couldn't keep those defendants in jail any longer, so I let them out on personal bond and gave the state a deadline to be ready to go to trial.
I remain confident that Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott are both responsible for the deaths at the yogurt shop. I can assure this community that we're going to continue to work on this case until we take it to trial.
First thing I told Robert was that I was sorry it took so damn long for this day to come. He hasn't been free for over 10 years. The promise I made him is that he's never going back. We're going to win this case, and I don't care how that's done, trial, dismissal, whatever.
What does it feel like to be out? It's wonderful, and I'd like to thank God and my families and my attorney for this opportunity. Thank you.
Knowing that it is a possibility a match may never be found doesn't bother Bismarck.
The case is still a good case. We didn't need the DNA in the first place. They're going to pay every day of their life. And I would be, if I were there, I would probably just stay in the jail and suffer for them, because there's a lot of people who are upset over this.
This case is very simple. It's about a bad interrogation in which interrogators cross the line into using the kind of tactics we know cause false confession. They suffer from something called confirmation bias, which means that they're looking for any evidence of guilt because that's what they already think.
So this is Carlos Garcia, and I think what he's doing here is practicing his opening statement for the retrial. That would have come up in, I think it was 2008, 2009.
Trying to get Michael to remember details. And Michael gets scared and he can't remember. Well, he's gonna start going, that's the gun, ain't it? Come on, tell me. Michael will say, yeah, that's the gun. The gun he shot the girls with. Paul Johnson knew, as he's watching on that videotape, he's sitting in some other room close by, watching this stuff go down. And Paul Johnson knows at that moment that that's not the gun. Because Paul Johnson had it tested. And the Austin Police Department ballistics person said, very unlikely that this gun that you have, Paul Johnson, is the gun to kill those girls.
I don't think quite enough emphasis had been put in the first trial on the fact that the gun did not match, that there was really no physical evidence linking these boys to the crime. APD knew that the gun did not match, even though they're indicating in Michael Scott's interrogation that they had the matching gun.
In 17 years since this crime was committed, not one single atom, physical evidence connecting these boys to that crime scene has ever been found. Not one. How long was that?
48 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that needs to be cut down by 20 minutes. In my own opinion, Johnson screwed it up. Not only did he screw it up, he hid things that did not fit. So every test from the lead, from the bullets that were in the girls, they can't say it really did come from Maurice's gun, or for sure that it didn't. What Maurice had said was, this gun that I was arrested with is the gun that Forrest took to kill the girls. But we have always known that Maurice had access to other guns. So even though we couldn't get a positive identification, it still wouldn't have cleared Maurice because we knew he had other guns. This gun that he was arrested with, it would only be a match if you believe Maurice. I think I'm an honest person. I tell the truth. I think I'm honest in everything I do, and I think my investigation was done in an honest way. And to me, the convictions confirmed what I had always thought, that not only had they done it, but that we proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they did it.
Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen have walked into court dozens of times before, but this was the first time they walked in as free men. Both men have been out of jail since June, when State District Judge Mike Lynch released them on bond, and said prosecutors had to put up or shut up by today.
Please, everyone rise. 167 Division District Court of Travis County is now in favor of the Honorable Mike Lynch presiding. You may be seated.
Good afternoon. We're on the record. In August, the court issued an order due to the unique nature and circumstances of this case that set today as a date for the parties to announce to the court whether or not they'd be ready to begin a jury trial. As the court is well aware, the state is conducting testing to identify the male donor that we uncovered through some YSDR testing from one of the vaginal swabs of one of the victims in our case. But because of that, Your Honor, given the fact that we have not yet identified the man, the state sees no other viable option at this point to file a motion with the court for dismissal pending further investigation of this matter into the identity of this male donor. Anything else to say? No, sir. Apparently, having no objection, the court will grant the motions as to each indictment, as to each of the two counts. When the state wasn't ready by that date because of these evidentiary issues, I pretty much forced them to dismiss the case without prejudice. I think we were just enforcing the law and doing what was fair. I can see how most everybody is unsatisfied. with there being no final determination. But I mean, I'm assuming the defendants are very happy to be out of jail and not under charge anymore.
No comment, Mike. But there is no victory here. The primary question in this case has still not been answered. Who committed these crimes? Where are those people? And we need to find them. But most of all, I think we should reserve our sympathy and our concern for the families of those girls.
You can go to court, but you can't get justice. Or you get the law. Justice to you may be different than justice to me and anybody else has to do. Justice may be revealed.
Make no mistake, this was a difficult decision and one I'd rather not have to make. But I believe it is the best legal and strategic course to take to ultimately retry both Springsteen and Scott.
Did you ever do a blog search of police or in your database?
There is no database for this particular type of profile. This is a Y-only profile, and there's no database for that.
Can you talk about what this means for the justice system? Because either you've let two murderers walk out of court today, or the wrong guys have been locked up. How should people have faith in the justice system when either one of those seems to be a good outcome?
24 citizens of Travis County have heard this case and have convicted both of these men before. This is just a new turn of events. We need to keep searching for the donor of this DNA. I don't, as I said, believe it would be fair to give it to a jury now. Just ask them to guess or surmise. And so we'll wait. So this is his first day as a free man. Mostly free. Out of prison anyway. Even though the charges and documents you're very close to having been exonerated in the public view.
I've not been exonerated. My charges have only been dismissed. So I went kind of from one jail to another.
$100 pair of pants in your damn belt.
It wasn't the exciting thing that I guess a lot of people would think that it would be, because you can't not think about it. There's always that question, will I ever be exonerated? Make yourselves at home. I can start another pot of coffee. We got Gatorade and Diet Dr. Pepper and, of course, water. So
I think you just want to get a little bit of B-roll, just like sort of what are you doing on a daily basis now?
this here is my kitchen, so to speak. I've got a little toaster oven. I've got a microwave.
Robert Springsteen, now 35 years old, never expected to spend the past 10 years in prison.
There's been a lot of hoopla and madness going on here the last several years, and I would like to get some of the records set straight on this and have the people know the truth.
Were your fingerprints ever found anywhere at the overtime?
No.
Your blood?
No.
Your DNA?
No.
Any hair?
No.
But he does have trouble explaining why, after denying for hours he was involved, that he finally confessed to the police. How's that happen?
I don't know. There's psychological aspects to it that I don't understand. a way, yes, and in a way, no. I've talked to several attorneys and several experts, and they've all said, you know, it can happen to anybody. And people are just now really starting to find out the truth about false confessions and coerced confessions. But yeah, kill him, guys. Hello, Mr.
I've told you all the line. That John Wisser asked me what line of poetry I would use to characterize the end of my case. And I told him it was TSL. I mean, this is the way the world will end. This is the way the world will end. Not with a bang, but with a... I mean, it's to satisfy. It's simply over because science doesn't have anything. And here we sit. And there you go, by God. You want a cigarette?
No, I'm good, thanks.
I was just talking to Judge Lynch this morning. I mean, this case is over, but it's never going to be over. And, I mean, that was one of the things we talked about. He asked about you, and I told him. He thinks you're gone. You know, I just said, you're in West Virginia, and I told you that you're never coming back to Texas. You know, the DA's office believes you're guilty. The cops, I mean, are almost rabid about it. And if they could catch you behind the wheel, you would not make it out of it. They would find a reason for you to do that. That's what I'm saying. Even if the charges were dropped, it would be a sensational news story. You know, yogurt shop defendant. Bill, honest to God, Bill, I am going to stick you. No, I don't care what you think.
I really like Texas. I hate to leave, but it's the best thing to do right now, so. Well, we don't know for sure that it is, but it gives the appearance of being pretty bad, and we just don't want there to be any issues, you know? So, it's better to be safe than sorry.
What started as a routine traffic stop ended with a shooting death. A man that had a history with Austin police.
The officer managed to fire a single round that did strike the suspect.
We are discovering the man killed was Maurice Pierce.
Police say Pierce ran through a stop sign and started jumping over fences to get away from this neighborhood. When Wilson finally caught up with him,
the officer was attempting to control him and get him in custody. He said he felt something wet. He realized that Maurice had gotten the knife off of his belt and had cut his throat.
Officer Wilson is in stable condition.
Minutes later, neighbors called police saying the attacker was dead in a yard down the street.
Maurice Pierce is a name many Austinites know well, connected to that infamous yogurt shop murders.
Members of Pierce's family say that past followed him, saying he didn't trust police.
Senior sergeant of homicide detectives, the next morning he called me, like chewed his butt out. I said, you should have come and got me out. I don't want to hear Maurice Pierce, boy. I want to see Maurice Pierce, boy.
What I had always hoped was going to happen, that we would get evidence to get him to trial, and it'd be for capital murder, and he would get a life sentence. So when I found out that he had been killed, it really didn't bother me. They sound harsh, but it's true.
Over the years, Maurice Pierce kept talking to the cops, like they interview him, and he would always talk to them. Pierce was always afraid of the cops. It kept bothering him because he was always that prime suspect. Johnson would go up and bother him and talk to him. He would always talk.
I think you understand that me being the one responsible for working this case and frustrated that you had information about it and I can't get that information.
As long as you find out the absolute truth about this thing, but later, when they first questioned me at the police department, I'm 16 years old and they still really hard on me, telling me all this, they know I do this, no, I didn't, I had nothing to do with it. I was nowhere, I was not even there, I had nothing to do with that.
You said Forrest took the gun, he came back, and he said he killed the girl. What's that done?
When they said it,
10 days after
when they was questioning me,
and you know, I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't have the entire interview.
yeah, you have some private talk in the morning,
Right.
what happened to the main part of the interview? What happened to the part to where they were scaring the living shit out of me, throwing photos in my face, telling me this is what the girls look like now and all that. And what happened to all that?
I don't think they have to take it on.
That's why I'm so damn scared.
Okay, well, I haven't thrown anything.
And you put a little 16-year-old person in here and you tell them, oh, we know you killed these people, and I have nothing to do with it, that scares the living shit out of me.
You think you'd remember if you killed the girl?
Yeah,
I hope so.
if I killed the girls, I wouldn't be here talking to you.
You were saying, I don't remember. And then while I was typing, you started crying. That's not somebody that's not remembering. You remember.
It's because you cried in your eyes.
What does it?
You scared the hell out of me. That's what it is.
Pierce died because of his PTSD. I have no doubt. If Maurice Pierce doesn't decide to take a gun to the mall on December the 15th, 1991, he'd still be alive. And none of us would be here right now. What I'm talking about.
Try not to keep like a lot of cop stuff in my house. I take my shoes out the front door. Just try to leave it as much as possible. But then I come home and work from home for a couple hours a day. So I guess it's kind of a mood in some sense. When I was in the homicide division, I solved 100% of my cases. I left there with no open case work. Maybe I changed myself. Came over here like, oh, you think you're good? Well, here's your other shop. O.J. Simpson, he needed like a ton of blood, right, for DNA back then. That's when DNA became kind of a household thing, was the Simpson trial. And now we're talking in picograms, like 1,000th of a nanogram. Like you can't even see when they die. And it seems like each time you talk to these labs, they're able to do more blood. Real careful.
Was this pretty much the way it was?
So this is reconstructed some of the crime scene photos and video. And of course it's the front where all the customers would sit, and then the back where the fire started, the girls were. And it's the first thing we see because we have all the girls up here with a biography about each one. And this is, yeah, it's the first thing you see every morning. So it's a reminder that these girls have histories, have families, have faces, and have lives. And it's not just a case. It's much more than that. We have some of the original yoga shop material here. These two filing cabinets is full of original material. And then there's multiple other filing cabinets at a different location. So just, again, the vastness of this case. This is only a portion of some of the hard copies. Here it is.
It's like we still have all the original VHS. This interviews, this is in-car camera, this is like the original VHS, and I guess if we want to just watch it, we have to find the VHS player somewhere. So we have this unknown being, and I got to figure out who that is. So that's goal number one.
It could be contamination, or it could be another person involved.
What's the probability that it's contamination? We have the original OA profile that went to one lab, and then as early as 2017 and 2019, finding that profile in other places, totally different lab, and totally different, unrelated pieces of evidence. So how would you have contamination when you've got different areas of the crime scene, different people, different chains of custody, and these items going to different labs in different time periods? It would be like winning the lottery repeatedly. Like the chances of somehow samples that are unrelated and handled by different people in different labs at different time periods somehow got contaminated by the same male profile. That doesn't exist.
So I suppose the state of Texas now is going to say that there were really 5 boys there instead of 4.
It's not contamination by lab personnel, anybody on the scene, but to say that that is our 5th person, or it shows that the 4 were not there at all, it's some other person. Like, until we figure out who that profile belongs to, like, that's just speculation.
Their families told me they believe the families are contaminants. A former police officer also said that to me. So I just assume that these are people who've been working with things.
Yeah, and
my brain is a little bit slow. Because no one else interviewed me. So that would have to be, like that undoes the confession. Like that does not make sense with the confession to me. You know?
Yeah, I'm staying out of it until I figure out who that person is. It could come back to somebody totally unrelated to this case, like the DNA got transferred for a totally normal reason, right? Like a friend, or maybe be a complete dead end. You just don't know.
We can't think of DNA as proving guilt or innocence. DNA is simply says I have a sample, and I may be able to tell you who is the source of the sample, or who's not the contributor of the sample. But how it got there, when it got there, that's up to the whole investigation and all the other factors in that. Anytime you do a DNA test, you have to take some of the sample and use it. Once you use it, it's no longer there. So when you have a DNA sample that's really little, you may only have one shot at it because you have to use all of it up. And then there's no going back after that. In a lot of ways, you're pushing the envelope here to cutting edge technology, if not bleeding edge technology. So we don't know if this is going to get the answer we want, which is something, or it's going to just be a waste in that, because no one's done this kind of work before. It's a last effort because there's nothing else that can be used to try to solve the murder.
Okay, so we're going to call very real because I'm sorry, we may be able to solve crimes, but we can't solve technology, just saying. All right, so this is my crew right back here. I told you about. And they're all so excited to meet you because I've been bragging on you. Okay, we have a bunch of questions, but I think that where we want to start is, what would you do different, knowing what you know today?
I would have continued investigating the Creek people. Mac and the people that hang out in Creek with me. Not to look at them as suspects, but just to get any other information, because there were tons of tips about Maurice under the bridge where these people were hanging out. That's where Maurice told Polanco they're storing the communal gun. This communal gun is what we suspect would have been the 3.8.
I never knew that all that was said. That is insane. Yeah. I don't even know how to respond to that. But, I mean, you know, he said the guy, Mace, who lived in North Cross apartment with his mom, I mean, he's got to be talking about me.
Yes, I would have been this apartment, but on the other side.
I don't know that anybody else lived in North Cross apartments with their mom. That was me, you know, skinhead, whatever. I never thought I'd be back there. You know, this is...
Yeah, I feel like my childhood's coming up.
I feel like this was a spot.
Yeah, the yogurt shop's what, a 2-minute walk right over there. What is it, 1,000 yards? Really, really close. The mall is just on the other side of these apartments, pretty much.
But I feel like there's been a lot of erosion. I think
we would have just been down here to hide and drink. That's it.
In the statements, it said that y'all had guns down here.
That is complete horseshit. That is so weird.
They asked me about that, and they also asked me for a current DNA sample because they said they lost the original.
So number one, we didn't have money, right? So if we had the money to purchase said gun, we weren't leaving it in the creek. So this idea of some shared community gun is absolute absurdity. You know, I think we had a lot of bravado and we wanted to be tough and cool, but we weren't. You know, we weren't evil. We never hurt anybody. In my experience, people don't want to hear that there's inherently evil people in this world, and that the vast majority of us are neither good nor evil, but will kind of go whatever way, which, you know, may in part explain what happened with them, right? Somebody was evil, and somebody went along. I think the part I struggle with is how did that person who went along never, ever spill the beans, right? How did they never, ever come clean? Because, yeah, somebody was evil. But I tend to believe people will kind of go whatever way. I don't ever want to be one of those people.
Everyone take a really nice good circle all the way around. Everybody join hands, please. We thank you, man up above. We are so grateful that you've brought us here. We ask that you keep everybody here healthy, and that today we find some peace and closure. In Jesus' name, amen. This pool is away because the cops aren't to tell us there because it's blocked.
Oh, yeah.
So it's there. So let's move this. Be careful. Was it concrete or was it a box?
I can't remember. I remember I was doing it.
Something there, I don't know what it is. Oh, let's interrupt.
I don't remember. That year was the whole fall.
Yeah. Oh, the dog's rooster, I don't think it would. It's gonna be there. I don't read it. Maybe it's over here.
We're making such a difference. Yes, she thinks it was on the side of the courtyard. And even the parents are afraid, for sure. So do you think you know to be police? Best buds always, yeah. Amy Aaron's 221 32, Mr. Son. You're but 20.
Nope. There we go.
Yeah, watch out. Oh, man, what a mess.
Bring that trash can over here, Luke.
Oh, the ribbons? Uh-huh, that's off the tree. That's what those are. The ribbons off the tree when they planted it. Uh-huh.
We will not forget. This was the Bible.
I think it's nice for them to know that they weren't alone in all of it, even if they felt that they were. Because it's obvious that a lot of people really loved her and thought of her a lot.
That's her. Make it drive well, you tell more about it.
I remember not knowing pieces of it, but I feel like I've always known about it. At my grandparents' house, they have like a pillow, and it has her on it. I'd always wondered who she was. And then they have a whole hallway, and the whole hallway has a bunch of different things with her on it. I don't know, you see how it affects them. Dad doesn't really talk about it a lot. It's usually Mom yelling at people about it, but I don't know, you kind of wonder how he'd be if it hadn't happened.
Yep. Look, chapter 12.
There's so many ways the loss of my sister 30 years later shows up in my adult life. My name is Sonora, and I'm a therapist. I'm in private practice in Massachusetts. One thing that really drew me to this kind of work is that I've spent so much of my life trying to heal. In the very beginning, when you lost your child, I want to look at a little bit about what that initial experience was like for you. I think there is benefit to telling the story in different settings, in different ways. I wanted to give you a chance to write a letter to your child. It could be what's happening in your life in this moment. But I don't think the trauma ever loses its potency. Like when you ask me, can I remember the yogurt shop? Like I can feel my body changing when I have that memory, you know? It's so, I don't, you know, that may never change.
Well, it's 31 years and we're still talking about this stuff. And I try not to. Quite frankly, I probably wouldn't have if I wasn't talking to you. Right. But I needed that connection with you.
Yesterday we were talking about living through this experience, you begin to know things that other people don't know. And I don't think it works that way for everybody.
You know?
Because some people that I know in my family became more cynical. I can't quite find the words for it, and I've been trying to find the words for myself too. Like, why these tragic experiences open me up to love people more?
Mm-hmm.
Because it could be the opposite.
By the way, they both.
Yeah, tell me about
that. Both of those things happen.
Yeah.
You do get really bitchy and cynical about stuff, but then you feel like you're on the other side. You got closer to the love. Yeah, it's amazing the tools that we have to use to heal ourselves, and we rarely use them. We get so close to the pain that it's more comfortable to be there than it is to go for life, where the freedom is.
Yeah, I hear that a lot in the trauma groups that I work with. I don't like this, but I'm afraid I don't know what else there is, and this is something that I know. I know how to do this. I know how to hold this pain. I know how to live with this pain.
I have this saying that when I die, I hope I'm brave and that I can jump into it. Mm-hmm. I wanted the freedom to fall into that next thing, whatever that is.
Right, to let go of the fear.
Let go of the fear.
One of the hard things, and I'm realizing 30 years later, is figuring out how to live your life and live the life you want to live after all this. You know, not that you shouldn't care, not that you shouldn't whatever, but, you know, you got to figure out what you love to do and what you want to do. And it's really hard. I think it's really important. I mean, I went back to school 10 years on, went into engineering, which I love. And I think the hard part with homicide is you get tied into the whole investigation. And is it good? Is it bad? Did somebody screw up? Blah, blah, blah. You know, it wasn't until I went to an actual focused grief group that I really liberated myself. And I was invited because my dad had died that year. And it's like, well, that was pretty trivial. I hate to say it. He was 85. He'd been sick for a long time. I spent the whole grief group talking about Eliza. And that was really liberating. To actually focus on the grief. And I think you deny that in the homicide stuff, which is all necessary.
But it's not necessary for us to do it.
Not necessary for me to do it.
Yeah. I agree with that so much because we thought we were doing the right thing to be in public with this because we needed to keep it out in the public so that we would still have the support of the community and they could love us and help us find these people. You know, every time anything happened, we had cameras, and as time goes on, it takes a toll on you. It's been 31 years. I would not do it the same way. I would retreat and go far away and have some quiet time with God. But the thing that we have to be careful about, because ours has been so public, most people don't have the support of the community. Their brother gets killed and no one ever speaks to them about it. They don't use his name anymore. You need that love. You need to be helped when you're suffering. That's a double-edged sword of the public. We got a lot of attention early because it was hot news. Hot news. 4 white girls got killed, and the case. Well, we don't know about the case. What do we know about the case? Whatever they tell us, we take it for face value because it's. Yeah, I would have taken a step back a little bit more. I think but I felt such an obligation to carry this thing out.
Okay.
These two.
She needs a wide lens from this last.
When he's sweet, he's so good.
Yeah, and he wants to share his experiences, but he's scared.
Made me feel good.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Just put all this away for a while. It's been a tough couple of days. Just going through all this again. But I love you. I appreciate the opportunity.
You have given me a huge gift. I don't think you lost me big. I cannot think of. I learned so much from you.
I hope this helps somebody. It helps me. That's the only person I care about.
Yeah, it helps me a lot. I'm so grateful when you're sharing your experience with me. I don't have my mom to talk to, but
well, one crazy asshole lady to the next one. It should blend really well. It should make this in person. All right. Are you all done with us?
Did you get the wide shot?
It's hard to see.
The pictures on the wall. These are some of the cases that we saw over the years.
How old were some of the kids? Are you young?
Yeah, most of them are from 80s and 90s. I'm sure you've heard the same different kind of spiel from every detective for the last 30 years about we're working on it. Yeah, I'm just sitting with staff, but you know that sort of everything I can. But the DNA is really the crux of where we're going with it. We're continuing to reevaluate every piece of evidence because what may have been untestable 2 years ago, like because of what it's made of or its condition or whatever, may or may not be something we can do now. We've got a finite amount. It's my decision as the lead detective, but I'm not making it alone. I'm bringing people that are way smarter than me. We have some of the experts across the country that provide advice to make sure that when we move forward with trying to test something or use some DNA up, that we have the best odds. If we don't have great odds, then we'll just hold on. Any questions you have for me, I'm happy to answer them best I can.
It's nice to get some info.
We've said this over the years, is that it was always nice to have fresh eyeballs. We can communicate as family members and police department and hopefully solve this at the end of the day.
I'm very hopeful. I am confident that technology is moving at a pace that we will be at a point where we can take a sample to a lab, items that were unable to be tested before, with a realistic expectation of developing a profile sooner than later.
미친.
We are going to solve this case like that. Publicly know that.
개무좀.
You'll have your own meeting room. You don't need to visit this one.
That's really point the project and hopefully the film is finished when we let go. This was a different kind of thing because I didn't finish. It was really complicated. I couldn't see all the angles, all of the storylines, all of the people. So the basic feeling was the feeling of family. And the larger feeling was just that I had let people down. As I let people down, you know, he gave me a lot of trust. But I knew that it was worth preserving. And I'm glad that this footage that feels like a way of honoring the folks that let me film them.
The years go on. Still sitting out there in Saul. I used to hide every December 6th. Couldn't find me. I'd take off work. Even when I was still at PD, I did when I was at Metro. December 6th, you couldn't find me. You know. Often it's one of the it's my version, I guess, of the day that we're living in. Yeah, I mean, and it'll probably be that way as long as it's still
Sometimes I think I have a memory, but it's a photograph. And it's a photograph that I see when I sort of create a story of that thing. I don't think it matters what it's memory. So you're asking me how do we deal with traumatic memories and change them or heal them, right? So yeah, there is like this big sort of project that is like, oh, we just tell the story. But I think some other things need to happen. I think we need to have a lot of support in doing it. And to have the compassion that oh, we just tell the story. Keep that over to your memory. Right? Sort of create a story of it. I don't think it matters what the memory is. Because it's your memory. So you're asking us how do we deal with traumatic memories and things that feel that. So yeah, there is like this big school of thought that says that really just tells stories. But I think some other things need to happen in telling that story. I think we need to have a lot of support in doing that. And to have the compassion of there's a real benefit for both teller and audience member to tell us. I think that can change television.
안녕하세요.
Who you are, what you are. I became part of this cyber community where late at night, no one knows who you are, where you are. I became part of this cyber community where people are exploring deviant thoughts and exploring their potential. I'm not the only one out there with this thought. They were accepted. The anonymity makes me try not to be a person. Who can be the bigger one? Who's even more the brave one? They
sleeping or mom was sleeping, there was nothing to do. And then you suffer to peel it off, and that's it. But someone, say, being honest, would have to bring out the new. My worst nightmare I could ever guess that this would happen.
Breaking news, an almost unbelievable story. An New York City police officer has been arrested in a sales spot that kidnapped just women, cooked them, and then eat them.
Roberto Valle has become known as the
A New York City police officer has been arrested in a sales spot that kidnapped dozens of women, cooked them, and then eat them.
Roberto Valle has become known as the cannibal cop. The 28-year-old's wife uncovered the alleged plot
Charged as a conspiracy to commit kidnapping and allegedly used NYPD computer to get information on a list of victims.
Defense lawyers did not deny his online activity, but called it a sexual fantasy that he would never act on.
His thoughts, very ugly thoughts, but still possible for his thoughts.
Really trying to do this. There's nothing we like better than to be conviction and guilt. That's the worst status of the toughest serial killer in the world. Let's get inside their heart and mind and figure out exactly what it is. And there are story arguments that we also adhere to. Still, as the cannibal cop was typed as well, whether it was the monster of Eve or as the collector, the master criminal, or as the thief made to be controlled. Not only was this someone who seemed to have intended to abduct and eat his wife and other women, but the idea of him walking around with a bag was something so devious that it was unbelievable. But then when it actually made its trial, there were two sides to the story. And when the defense stood up and said, this is a prostitute case, and then suddenly it got even more theatrical and more interesting. It was the best that true crime has to offer, because it was about a basic side of human behavior that we don't get to see. And that's what's happening in real life has to offer, because it was about a crazy side of human behavior that we don't get to see. And that's what's happening in real life. That's one, that's two. There were a lot of myths about what was going on. You get a picture painted in your head, a story, and you get to start, once you have that initial concept, that you have that preconceived, start to seek out each information that, and go with that, and drive it, disregard things that go against that. You know, I want everyone to know the facts before they make up themselves. I grew up in Queens, New York. My parents separated at an early age. Mom was more soft love, you know, of course. Dad would be the one to hit you in the butt. He was very, you know, strict, and you didn't want to disappoint my dad.
gotta be a mistake. That's not my son. The first time I actually heard his internet chat, that's when I noticed. I'm like, okay, my son did have a problem. For the good boy that I know to be discussing women in such a way, it was just horrible. But if anything, he needed help. Be a psychiatrist, be a therapist. I mean, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but, you know, some people choose to let out their frustrations by going to the gym, punching a punching bag. That might work for them. For some, it might be getting on a site like this and fantasizing, you know, these sorts of horrible thoughts like that.
Created a lot. It's a good life. How can anybody believe that one person is going to kidnap 100 women, okay, 100 women? Which one was in the company's car? Which one was in the street? Which one was in the car? Which one was the vehicle?
The fact that he is sitting there yesterday, while his wife and baby are at home, talking about what is his road, and the fact that when all figures they have done to drag away. But if he's involved in the planning of a real crime, what think is it appropriate to step in? There was no real world at the time. So when they went through his computer, they found 24 such conversations. And 21 of them, people said, hey, is this for real? And Bill Valley said, yeah, this is a fantasy. No matter what I say, it's going to be true. But in Peru, he never said that. In fact, there were some moments in this test where one of the participants would say, hey, are you for real? Bill Valley would say, yes, you are. That could seem like evidence that this was a real conspiracy.
We do not have soft crimes in this country. We do not prosecute people for what they think. It is permissible to have all of the thoughts from the criminal law enforcement point of view that Gilberto Valle had. What's impermissible is planning with another person to execute on those thoughts. Two charges have been brought against him: conspiracy to kidnap, as well as an unauthorized use of a law enforcement database in order to gain some information about one of the victims. Conspiracy to a jurisdiction.
In order to be convicted of intent, you have to not only intend to do it, but you have to go beyond separation and cross a line that suggests that you're going to do it unless it can stop you. Conspiracy allows you to move that line back. And two people that talk about it is something terrible. Like, you need to do it, and then if you want to interact, they can be prosecuted.
The overt act doesn't have to be a crime itself. You know, it's not like you say, let's go out of bed, and the overt action is to steal a part of the bed. It could be something that is entirely lawful otherwise. It just may have special meaning.
Defendant talks about disabling victims using chloroform. He then asserts how to make chloroform. The defendant talks about stalking their victims. And in fact, there was assurance of a proprietary law enforcement database at CPR when it was this.
It's not a simple case of where you're going for somebody just forcing people to exercise. Not to stand in the direction. Constantly doing it. Terrible thing.
Traveled to Maryland to visit one of the alleged victims. This with college friends. If you think this is a dangerous thing, then everything that you live in real life takes on this very ominous Hollywood thing. It's just the narrowing basic life space. Could seem like a recon mission for a further patient response. If he in fact was planning to kill somebody specifically, then it would be within any meaning of the law. The question is what would and specifically.
Opening statement today in the trial of the civil cop.
In the words of both the prosecutor and defense attorney, this is going to be a bizarre trial.
I don't get to draw nudes very often. I usually see people sitting in a chair, looking straight ahead of a judge. But I got to do people on stage, women and cooks and roasters and visuals of dark fetish and that. Go in, you can clean in and make a bodies. Pretty amazing. I've never really seen anything like that before.
There were reporters there from all over the country. We've heard a lot about this case, but now all of it was being laid out in front of us for the first time. There were three alleged co-conspirators, Michael Van Hine, somebody in Pakistan known as Aishan, and a man in England known as Bruce Blue. He had this plan written out how to kidnap women. He was planning on building a fully apparatus in his basement to bring women up and torture them and slow roast them. He said he had a giant oven that he planned on stuffing these women into. It all sounded crazy, but eventually true.
You had a home of the capital, and you were in a position to determine how much of it was real, how much of it was fantasy. I think we all agree it's just a problem with sex. It is quite sex. But the blueprint there is pretty good on the sex line. You were there to see that characters taken in very amazing ways. What made it very real was that you took pictures of real people in your sight, shared them. That, for me, takes it past fantasy. You had what was called a blueprint. You had made a list of what you needed. You had the ability to retrieve all the materials. Second, it turns real. You had what was called a blueprint. You had made a list of what you needed. You had the ability to retrieve all the materials. Second, it turns real to us that anyone can ever to prove it there.
Friska, early on in the major Fisher case, investigators said Hill had been stalking them.
When Hill starts talking money to people that high, that's just in front of Philip. He's suddenly very, politically and mechanical, and he starts to talk turkey. Here's how we're going to get us out. That feels like things are starting to get more real.
Real fantasy were real, real good.
the level of detail that he'll talk about and that other people talk about in the ministry was also really, really scary. The reality, of course, coming back to reality, is that none of the things they said ever came to pass. They often missed dates. They said, okay, I'll call you on Tuesday and we'll do something. And then nothing ever happened at all. These are famous.
There was no giant oven that you fit somebody inside of it. There was no fully outdoor music set up in the basement. In fact, the basement was a laundry room where everyone in this big apartment building used to be a very good working thing.
This is every Frenchman. We would know you were doing good. You didn't have any of the things that you did. According to understand how to do this, you made up false information that didn't do your test.
Read about the case, read about the statue, you're horrified. It turned off, you want to turn away, you hit like silent. Whatever. Yeah, it's a great language. And thought, but here's what.
Shot in the courtroom, guilty of conspiracy to commit kidnapping, also guilty of wrongful application of federal databases. I almost froze in time in order to clearance was guilty. For me to see him it's heartbreaking. But you know, through all this, I haven't tried. And I feel like I'm not I've never let it out. And it's he never ate me. Isn't that the true definition of a cannibal? Is someone that's eating me? Strong.
Going back to prison. I hear a couple walks pick up one of them things is value I'm convicted. I hear a couple walks pick up one of them things is value I'm convicted. We were always worried that thought would prevail over an objective, rational, non-emotional view of the evidence. People can't trust their thoughts and convictions. It's bad.
This call is from a federal prison.
At this point, I'm pretty depressed every day. Everyone thinks I'm face sentencing, technically I'm not yet. Still waiting to hear from the judge. They keep saying a couple weeks more, they can switch back again. Really, days, that feels like it's going to be good.
The clinical talk stage really raises the big question: what is the line between thought and action, right? Between think and try. And it's so red. In a case where there's no victim, there's no harm, was there enough evidence to show there has been an overt act?
The government was saying that all of the Google search evidence were overt acts of furtherance of the conspiracy. Feel at some point he was thinking about eating people and he starts typing how to be a justice girl. So being researched in chloroform, agencies denied for cutting people up. But the idea that a Google search would constitute an overt act, I think, is dangerous. That's where you get into the thought from. When you think about Stockholm, it's about Orwell, it's towards boxes. It's about being put away simply with something in your head. Stock time in the modern age.
It's possible for the agent to know more than your best friend, than your family members do, because what you type in the Google search box is often a very, very private thing, things you wouldn't even tell your friends and family.
So why is this typing in things like my husband doesn't love me? Very sad to see, but I think it shows that Google searching is just an extension of the thoughts we have in our head. Sometimes we're sitting at our computer alone and we just type them in. A lot of the searches that Gil is doing are as open to interpretation as those chats are. And one of the cases made by the defense was that this is storytelling. That the dark side of the network was some sort of communitarian storytelling exercise. Same way that the prosecution was arguing that the chats are a window into Gil's thoughts. You can also look at literature as a window into the opposite. So you can write, any number of disturbing things about human behavior, and nobody's putting it in jail.
Here's a thing with stories about fun. You read a good movie, and stories move us immediately into a safe state where you can imagine the worst thing possible, the darkest thing.
These violent stories go back to what are our most basic primal instincts. You have the propensity to violence, you have the propensity to horrible acts. But you act on it to be responsible.
It warns you of we're entering a new era, and it's it's always been fairly easy for us to cross lines between something else. Stories, images, and then there's what happens in real life. Well, we are in the postmodern era, pretty more and more difficult. Largely processing.
It's more that in life, so it's hard to the fear that has been creating a fantasy becomes a police the prosecution. It's nothing. If we don't protect that space, I think we'll find ourselves in a much different situation than many of us thought. Anybody should be allowed to write a good story or have a good fantasy, to prove them truthfulness and not something necessarily wants to. Your mum about everything, that's fine. It stops being fine when other real people are involved.
did track down women and used his privileges as an officer for law to do that. Oh, it just needs to figure out. It was fun. It's funny again. It's a extraordinary breach of trust between the police, the entertainment, and the passengers. It wasn't sick. It was real fun. The idea that everything that happens in the internet is constant, and it's not really real or scary. It's just another way of not wanting to confront the fact that these simple thoughts and behaviors exist within human beings. It's not a product of technology or possession by the devil or any kind of outside force. It comes from us. The darkness comes from us. Look what I still have, this police uniform. I don't... Well, we're not going to wear that. Definitely not. The army? I'm so nervous. The judge is making a decision today. I called my family, I called my closest friends. I'm like, pray for me. Because if it's going to be bad news, I've been holding up all this time, Aaron. I've been holding up and I've been strong, but if I was to get bad news, I think that would be the end of me. I just want to give him a really big hug that nobody tells me, man, you gotta leave. You know, I just want to hold on to him. Doesn't have to spend one night. No. You can just say that, you know, if you need to stop and you still have other options. But I said to her that, well, in the meantime, like, another year, another 2 years, I'm not going to go.
You rub him off, and he goes out and eats them.
These people have been there since 7 this morning. Even though I'm acquitted, I'm in home confinement. You know, I haven't really gotten the fever yet, but yeah, I mean, a day like today, I'd love to be outside, obviously.
tonight on cards and his son was here. And when he's like,
Nobody's along to have a fork in my hand if people are around. Everyone's good? Alright. We gotta laugh about it.
of course. But then there's the time.
I read those words late last night and it stuck it. Somewhere in the 880s, it's like 5-page paragraph that each one was it only makes sense to change the world way with it. Like it makes no sense whatsoever with the real conspiracy. The end gets 5-page paragraph. Alright. Bye everyone. Thanks. Take care.
Does this come off or we have to wait for
I don't know. No, but we have to wait for the appeal. This is something that was private, anonymous, it was a little bit of a skeleton outside, but now everything the skeleton is out. It's the epitome of embarrassment to sit next to Al and have all these emails and stats read. How the hell did I come up with something like that? It was bad. I really don't know how I came across it first, but it was there and tried it out, and people thought I was pretty good. People accepted it, you know? I mean, yeah, I had a stressful job, but I don't know how much that played in. I could have gone out and got drunk. I could have stayed up and watched TV, so I don't know if that had to do with a lot of it.
an item, a predicament, a new critical value that is not greater than its value. It's really difficult to understand why so many
A lot of people have asked the question when it comes up as if something like that. You don't know if that's things and many things have to stand. Because they don't know clearly what's in it sometimes, there's a lot of room for interpretation. A lot of room for things like fake those things. Funny. But we don't choose what we're around.
We live in a very Victorian, typical culture when it comes to sexuality. The older part of our culture is actually very open. We enjoy it, we talk about it, we model it, we advertise it, music, on television. But the older, they seem uncomfortable with their own sexuality. And when you juxtapose that schism between overt expression and covert incubation, I think that's what creates sexual pathology, sexual problems, and sexually compulsive behavior.
Did you ever ask about that growing up?
Never. I mean, it's a college that I know about the trade, you know,
you know, like he was raised in an atmosphere where people didn't really talk about sex. And anything that fell outside of what was considered acceptable was horrifying and shameful and something wrong with being gross. I thought about what led him to get on these sites, and I wondered if it had anything to do with our divorce. You guys,
I was very young, so I didn't really understand what was going on. I never even been involved in a lot of sports with or any heavy times.
his dad was very possessive, controlling, verbally abusive. I was one my son to grow up thinking that that's how he was treated him. Is he going to talk about it? Is he going to admit that, yes, that's what made me do it? Or the devil made me do it? No, just kidding.
He was trying to explain why it happened and trying to explain it in something. I guess the most important thing about it was that it made me have the first time really opened up about all this stuff, you know, cannibalism and bondage. All these years it's all bottled up. That's what they got with Cartier. He is a titan in the field. He's interviewed John Hinckley Jr., he's interviewed Joel Rifkin, he's interviewed Andrea Yates. And almost without exception, he works in prostitution. That he would draw the conclusion through is the fact that this guy's big, you and me. But then, when the trial actually happened, they decided not to go on.
For Dr. B, who has just related all to those sadistically raped and sadistically murdered. Dr. B himself was written about how people essentially violent defendants need to seek out law enforcement because of their ability to forcefully access. But the defense suggests that Officer Val was indulging in the cannibalistic cat website that he was hoping. So let me get this right. This kind of behavior is coping? You show me one step to say you're freaking. So people go on the internet and cope with your deviant sexual
experience with you as you've heard of them?
No. I have not heard of it. I don't know that I would say that looking at those websites is a way that's so good or not so good is I would personally not drive that to the patient and say, well, if you're having these final fantasies, just look at websites online and that'll help sell those lost nerves. In fact, I would wonder rather if it was psychophysical. If you exercise certain little pathways, what happens is there's a certain reward circuitry that gets activated in your brain. And when you reach a certain threshold, it becomes a habitual or compulsive pattern. And the pathways of the frontal cortex that are responsible for judgment and reasoning and making good decisions shut down. So you have a combination of elevated psychotic nuance for judgment. And that's kind of a perfect storm for the frontal. What is actually people would otherwise bring sickness like that to influence someone into trust from them? Some fantasies remain changed. Some change gradually. The website or chat or the activity is no longer interesting to them themselves. But action, music, but action, music. Connection between fantasy online, subsequent you can't just assume that fantasy means that they want activity, but you can also assume that they want. And I will be perfect psychology professional. We are not good at predicting violence. I will be a psychology professor. We are not good at predicting violence.
The highly unusual fact in this case reflects the internet news because valiant discussed kidnapping, torture, raping, and murdering, cannibalizing them with 24 individuals. At trial, the government disputed that 21 of these cases are not reported to the window. The government nonetheless pretended that that was the case which San Diego County Constitution rules reflect the rules for that security. Because the government did not offer the participants a reasonable term of opinion without the less important that they being saying that the business one cannot say. I like the answer that the rules verdict cannot say what not say. That is told me the government doesn't deal with particularly over and over. Now we have that over our head. Until this thing comes off, it's not over. So the beach, right? Make that cross country trip. That was no big good time.
the most significant that this story is that knowledge that beyond. If one has to wall off higher what turns them on, one has fundamental dishonest relationship with God. And when you have a dishonest relationship with your partner, maybe you're living in maturity, but the story is never going to be.
He always said that because he couldn't really play video games, maybe going for a couple of hours. And after I got pregnant, I didn't take. He would stay up until 3, 4, 5, if not come to sleep in the night. I never was really doing stuff for this time.
He had soft spyware.
And while David was still dedicated to do that, like for today, the food that we tried to make this show for that, there were whole websites that Fetishnet, Sexy Amazon, Dark Sex, Motherless, that like, you know S&M is popular. You know, like, the girl is I noticed an email address that I didn't know about, so I used the password. All of a sudden, because friends, because the people who knew, they were helping me.
On me that morning. I didn't really know what he was planning on doing, how long he was planning on staying. He would stay as much throughout.
Watching the blood over and over again, just kept seeing the suffering for his enjoyment. He wanted to make it fast and comfortable, and he had no remorse.
It was tough to listen to her talk about our relationship. We were together for 3 years. I thought they were 3 wonderful years. Yeah, I know. But it didn't affect my personal home. It affected God. I was still a good husband, a good father, still doing great work.
It's hard to say what to do with one person. Every person was different, is not left and absorbed. Because of what is not
As far as music, when I started talking about music, so that was so I was starting to have a family there in the morning. isn't that amazing? It's true. The day he put the collar on, the day I'm moving on from this, because like I said before, it was starting to affect my family life, that I was staying up later, and I didn't, I always said once it started to, if it ever affects the family, it's gotta go. So I have to go. That day, it's not even a day's healing. It's not a grad. Isn't that incredible? I told that, my lawyer, he said, it's not the cattle, it's not on the truth, but it's like, they didn't see it. It's like there's a higher power who said that this had to happen, and they don't say, well, no, why. I am up to it. I mean, this guy, I think the fact that they got him off from defense is pretty unusual. To have that kind of level of degeneracy and to get off. I would not be shocked if he took it.
It disturbs me that do I worry for harm? Not really. And certainly, you as the jury feel confident that what you had and what you were given either when it was overturned by the judge, I felt afraid. It was very difficult decision. We were not in agreement from the very beginning. Some felt so strongly that he was guilty, others wondered not guilty. Ultimately, the weight of it was that this decision was going to be when the trial ended, and the judge read the charge, before we even talked about anything, we wanted everyone to what the charges were and what needed to be satisfied in order to success. A legal use of a police database, the entire jury agreed that he was guilty of legally. Conspiracy. Dissected the attack at the time of various people. This particular line of chat was very different from the experience of people. This particular line of chat was very different from the other. Collectively, as a jury, felt determined. How long does one wait till one goes through it? Trip to Maryland was planned to meet this college friend, bringing along with him. The defense maintained that the case was brunch with his wife and his daughter, and all seemed normal. His friends getting together, her meeting his wife and his daughter. A normal person in real life comes back from a road trip. They've been driving, they've been with their family, and they come and they relax. They figure out what they're going to do together. Based on the timeline, the family, they take a computer, they take a phone, almost like the movie. And you can tell you right away. In fact, they came back to the set and that person did was right for them to do. It was enough to say that they just said you had a purpose for this trip, satisfied that purpose, and shared it with the conspiracy. And that is the ultimately led to his downfall.
You know, we sort of expected this. I mean, we felt good. Maybe they wouldn't, but this just buys them more time. You know, I gave myself a couple hours to speed down, but you know, if I'm down, they win. You know, I want to win anything, you know. Even in jail, I said that all the time. Like, if I'm down, the government's winning. I always overdo things. I guess Mom can get used to having me at home.
I think it was for it. Real.
Going to be stuck in here for how many more months? You know, I was looking at possibly going out this weekend. It doesn't mean they're going to go through it. Forget. They're smart people. They have to know I'm innocent. They have to know that they screwed up. Maybe they're thinking, how would it look if we just dropped it? In a sense, they had to go through with this just to save face. You know, what are they going to do? BS the Court of Appeals now and pay for it? They can BS a jury, they can't BS judges.
My father always told me to defend the underdog. And the underdog is always the person who is on trial with all the resources of the state, police, the prosecution, being used against that person.
두 개나 올렸네. 안녕, 가봤어요. 제자예요.